Yo. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. I think it's about time we get started. Turn that down a bit. What's good, world? Welcome to the Junkyard. What a day this has been. What a night this is about to be, right? You got to keep challenging yourself, okay? That's what we do here. Oh, man. Last night was a long night. This morning was a long morning. This afternoon was a long afternoon. And now tonight is going to be a long night. Welcome to the Junkyard. I am your very own combo junkie. If you're new here, welcome to the Junkyard. If you are not new here, welcome back. This is the channel where we are trying our best to learn some of the most modern, most awesome tools that exist on the web today. And we are in the middle of building ourselves an epic website. So what we're doing here is we are building a video game website. And I'm like breezing through this intro. I know, I just know what we have in front of us today is going to be tough, right? It's actually going to be pretty hard. So let's first recap what it is we are trying to do. So like I said, we are building ourselves a website. It's a news gaming website, right? So basically, the best way to explain it is if we head over to IGN.com, you can see here, this is kind of what we're doing too, right? We are building a news game website just like IGN, where they have this concept of 3 major content types. One of them is the story. And a story consists of 2 of the other content types, right? One of them is the concept of a tag, meaning I should be able to create a story and dictate what sections of the website it appears in. And that's where the tags come in, right? So if you click on the Suicide Squad tag, for example, I should see all the stories that have been tagged with Suicide Squad, right? So now I can kind of better organize my web experience. And then the second content type... Okay, we're not going to kill the Justice League. The second content type that we find ourselves creating or using is the concept of a person, right? So you can imagine I could create a story, and I could say that that story was created by a certain person. So in this case, Simon Carty created that story. And you see here, when you click on Simon Carty's name, sure enough, it takes you to a section front that features all of the stories, all of the pieces of content that Simon Carty contributed to, right? So either they were the sole author, or in some cases, they could have been one of many authors of content. So we'll have those same concepts on our side as well. And that's kind of what we're doing, right? We're building this game website that consists of 3 major content types: a story, a tag, and a person. And we're going to do it using some of the latest, most modern tools that exist today, right? So to power the content, or to house the content of our website, we're going to be using a tool called Sanity.io, right? It's a content management system that helps us kind of better organize and create and manage and maintain all of our content. And then to deliver the front end experience, we're going to be using NextJS and React-based components, right? So that's what's going to be our front end. And then finally, once everything is built and ready to be shipped, we're going to be using Vercel to handle some of the code deployment, CI/CD stuff, etc., right? So we're using Jira to do our project management because that's kind of best practice, like the industry standard today. You have everything done using the Scrum methodology, and there is no better tool, in my opinion, right now than Jira for that. So looking at our current board, right, we are done with the last sprint. That ended on Wednesday, the 7th. So I'm actually going to close this sprint out, right? We're going to go ahead and hit complete this sprint. We finished all these stories. And just to head over to the IDE and load that up, I want to show you guys what that looks like, right? What our current, I don't know. I think I was taking some notes there. Let's see what our current app looks like. So if I go ahead and open the app, which is one of our shortcuts that we created, SA. Let's get rid of all these changes, making changes off stream. Yeah, we were prepping for today because it's going to be a heck of a task that we have in front of us. So we can go ahead and save that and close it. So now if we head over to the application, I'll just click that. So it's compiling. Okay, where did that open? I think that might be still in the browser. All right, so here's our application, right? So we have, and while I was off stream, I generated over 500 pieces of content. We can kind of see that this page is loading quickly, but some of this content's taking a while to actually render, right? So there is quite a bit of content, which is why the most important thing we're going to introduce today, and we are doing this tonight, is infinite scrolling, okay? So we have this website. You can click on any of these topics, and we now have those topics pages. But you see that kind of took a while to load, and that's because this page has a lot more content on it, right? All of these pages now consist of a lot more content. So in order to explain what infinite scrolling is, though, we first need to cover the concept of pagination. Okay, so what's pagination in modern browsing? Pagination is the concept of cutting your content up into different parts, like more easy to consume parts, not just for your readers, but also for the performance of your pages. Because if we go back to that home page and we look at this little scroll bar, you can see just how much stuff is loading on this page. Now, these are a bunch of huge images loading up, and that is not going to be very performant, especially when we get into the tens of thousands of pieces of content, right? So we're going to want to figure out a way to chop this up. So what folks normally do is they say, well, when you first load the page, just give me like 10 stories. However, I'll give you the ability to paginate or click next and load the next 10 stories. And then you can choose between page 3, page 4, right? And you can load just a chunk of the story. So you can imagine if you're on page 1, you'll get story 1 through 10. If you're on page 2, you'll get story 11 through 20. If you're on page 5, you'll get 41 through 50, right? So it's just this concept of chunking your pages up. Now, back in the day, pagination worked exactly like I just said it, right? There was a previous button, a next button, and then a pager in between, right, that shows the numbers 1 through some other number. And you would click through each one, or you would just click next or previous to kind of peruse through the content. Well, in modern web browsing, that concept kind of goes out the window with because of a newer concept called infinite scrolling. And what infinite scrolling is it looks a lot like what you see on my screen right now, right? Where you can just keep scrolling and you'll keep going as long as there's content to be delivered. Now, what we're seeing on my screen right now is a happy path. I only have 500 something pieces of content, but you could imagine if I had more than that, right? If I had maybe, let's say 5,000 pieces of content, there's no way you would want to load all of that on the homepage. And as your site lives on for year after year after year, trust me, you'll hit that 5,000 mark really quickly. So the idea is to instrument a feature that will give your readers the content in consumable chunks so that they're not getting everything all at once. And that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to start in with this story bank on the section front, and we're going to say that these section fronts can only show, we may actually start with the home page. I'm not sure yet. But one of these pages, we're going to say that this page can only show 10 items, and then maybe once it hits 10, maybe underneath here shows a loading graphic, like a little spinning icon that denotes that more content is loading. And then once that loading is complete and we have the 10 new stories, we'll inject those new stories underneath the first 10. So now you'll have items 1 through 10, and then under that, after it fetches and gets the content, you'll have items 11 through 20, and then if you scroll down again and you get that loading GIF, you'll get items 21 through 30, and so on and so forth, right? So it looks like the best place to actually realize this is on the homepage. It looks like our homepage actually has a lot more content than those section fronts, because remember, the section fronts are tag-based sections, right? They are saying only give me the content where the story had at least one of the tags on the story is this Desidero bellicus addio, right? So it's not going to be the only tag on that story, but we're saying at least one of the tags on that story has to be that. So that's why there's a lot less content on these section pages than there is on the homepage. That doesn't mean there's not a lot of content. Remember, we're working with over 500 pieces of content now, over 50 tags, over 50 authors. So we have quite a bit of content to go through, but the homepage just looks like there's much more content for us to play around with, right? So you can just see how small and tiny that scroll bar gets when we head over to the homepage. So we're going to do this on the homepage. And to start this, we actually need to do some Jira management first, right? So offline, over the last couple days, I groomed and planned for the upcoming sprint, right? So those of you who are new here, we talked about this concept of sprint ceremonies, and two of the most important ones for getting work done is the grooming and the planning, right? The grooming ceremony is where you look at the work that's in the backlog and you say, well, here's what I think goes into that item, right? So we haven't groomed the infinite scroll feature. We're going to do that together. But for example, if you look at the update all elements to create more flattened structure ticket, you can see here that there's a description that says what we're doing. There's some details here. There's some Confluence pages we can link out to if we need to, etc., right? So all the things required for a developer to get started with that work. And the idea is that in a grooming, you flesh out the descriptions and the scope of the ticket. And then for planning, you say, well, based on our previous sprint's capacity, right? Let's pull in all the backlog items that we feel comfortable completing, right? And a sprint cycle for us is a 3-week window, right? We got a 3-week window to complete a sprint. So let's actually look at that, though. I want to see, I don't know if it's timeline. No, it's not timeline. It may be the board here. I just want to make sure that for this sprint, here we go, edit sprint. We're going to make sure that this sprint starts today, right? So it starts on the 9th. Whoa, sorry about that. This sprint is going to start today, and we'll not say it starts at 1:42 a.m. It'll start tonight at, let's say, 7:30 p.m. and it'll end on the 3 weeks from now, right? So we'll give myself 3 weeks time to complete this. So between the 9th and the 16th is 1 week. Between the 16th and the 23rd is 2 weeks, and between the 23rd and the 1st, right, this Friday of March 1 is 3 weeks. So we're going to say that we'll finish this whole sprint by that March 1 date, and we'll say that, you know, the same thing can be said is that we'll finish it by 10 p.m. We'll actually give ourselves till 11 p.m. We did need an extra hour this Wednesday, so let's do that. And the sprint goal here is to complete all page types, complete building all pages in NextJS, and connect them back to Sanity. And then the other one is to optimize story creation using the what you see is what you get editor, so WYSIWYG editor, to inject elements, right? So that's another really big one for our sprint. That'll be our sprint goals. And let's go ahead and hydrate this infinite scroll ticket real quick, because we didn't really say what we're on the hook for. So what we'll say for the purpose here at the top is that create an infinite scroll experience for pages that feature large, not large, but that feature multiple rows of content. So pages should include the home page, the section page, and then also as a bonus here, we don't have to do this today, but no, we won't even mention this. We're actually going to create a new ticket in the backlog that is create related content element for story pages. Yeah, let's go ahead and save this, and then let's hydrate this a bit just so we can really quickly say what we're talking about here. This is going to be On story pages, we should have a related content element that appears at the end of each story. This can be in the form of another full story or story teasers. Should be capable of infinitely scrolling. Okay, so we can figure out what that looks like when the time comes. We do have a ticket in the next sprint to actually flesh out. Able of at least scroll. Good, I think. Okay, we should have the fleshed out wireframes by that point, so we can see what this looks like. So going back into our infinite scroll feature, let's just kind of add some styles here. Man, I can't type tonight. Okay, so there we go. So now we have kind of our direction on this ticket. We can go ahead and save it. And yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing tonight for the most part. We're going to be creating infinite scroll capabilities, and they should spread from the section fronts through to the home page. Like every page that has this concept of multi-road content, we should be able to infinitely scroll through it. All right, so we'll point this at a 5. We've already pointed all of these tickets, I think, but if we haven't, let's point them. So enhancing the story page to leverage data from sanity.io, I'm actually going to give us an 8 here, because this is where we'll first be doing that element breakdown, right? Eventually we'll get to a point where our portable text blocks that we went over on Wednesday, those will consist of more than just text, right? They're going to also consist of things like image components and YouTube video components, etc. So this is going to be a bit difficult. I'm going to say this is probably our 8 pointer. And then now just looking at this next one, add preview functionality. This one is definitely an 8. There's a lot of documentation out there for this. I'm almost tempted to make this a spike and get to it if we can. Yeah, I'm actually going to make this a spike, and we'll lower the points to just a 3, because this will be the ticket where we go learn exactly what needs to happen to implement the preview functionality, right? So if we do make a ticket on this, the idea is that that ticket will not get that code from that ticket won't get contributed back to the code base, right? It'll just be something that we have in our back pockets. All right, so that being said, the next thing we need to do is just tag these to the proper epics, and then we can get started. So infinite scroll, this is going to be a content. Now this is going to be like a story page thing, or let's see, what do we have here? Because this is more than just our, you know what, let's make a new epic and just call it general web. Yeah, because site analytics can go there as well, right? So let's just create a new epic called general web, general web development. General site enhancements is what we'll call it. Site enhancements, general site features, or just general features, right? This can be our miscellaneous bucket where anything we are working on can kind of fit in here, right? So now if we head over to, that looks like the same purple, we're going to change that from that purple to different purple here. So let's do the details. Let's change that to a different color. What haven't we used? Use this this dark teal color. It doesn't look like it. We'll use dark teal for this one. All right, and then now we can head back over to the backlog and tag these correctly, right? Because some of these are now going to be tagged. So general features there. Hey, that's not right. Why is that color still purple? Let me refresh just in case. Yeah, there we go. That's right. Okay, cool. So now that that's better, update all elements to create more flattened structure. This is actually going to be a content types insanity task. The YouTube video element is also content types insanity. Let's see, preview functionality. That's actually going to be general features, right? That's not going to be sanity. I'm sorry, that's not going to be a site feature. All right, and the rest of these I believe are correct. So we can actually start the sprint. We have 39 points here. If we go look at our current Jira board, or actually the previous sprint, which was sprint 2. I need to find out how to more easily review these, because I always want to get back to it, but I can't see what like how we did basically. So let me see if there's a quick way to do it. Yeah, reports. Let's see. All right, so now reports is a part of the main project board. Let's go to reports. And then let's look at a sprint report. I guess we can look at the burn down chart. And it looks like we had a total of, yeah, there were a lot of changes. We had a total of 5, 8, 11, 13, 15. Whoops. 5, 8, 11, 13, 15, 18, 26. 28, 31, 33? That feels wrong to me. Did something not get done? 5, 8, 11, 13, 15, 18. 18 and 8 is definitely 26. 28 and 5. How's that? I could have sworn we had 34 points total. So it's 33 then. I guess I was missing or miscounting at some point. Oh, it looks like we did change some estimations. So we lowered one of these points and we pointed some. Okay, that's fine. This burn down is really good, by the way, for a sprint. That means we were really cranking through some things. We did have a period of time here between the 21st and the 29th where we didn't do anything. We were probably just fixing the environment. But once we got our environment under control, it looks like we started making some steady progress. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this around, and every time we close out a sprint, we'll revisit it so we can actually see how we're progressing. All right. So going back to the board, not the board, but the backlog. We are now ready to start this sprint. So I'm going to go ahead and hit start sprint. We have a 3-week sprint cycle. It starts on the 29th, ends on the 1st of March. We have 2 different sprint goals here, and we are ready to start it. Okay. So we already finished one item. Yeah, this was one that I finished ahead of time. Like I finished this during another sprint by accident, so that's fine. We're gonna go ahead and move this to in progress. I think we are ready to get started. Let's go ahead and create our branch. I do want to watch that issue. Okay, we'll create our branch in Bitbucket. Yep, and then main. Yep, all that looks good. We'll do create branch, view it on GitHub. Go to our branches, and it looks like we still have that enhance tags page to leverage data from Sanity. So I'm actually going to go over to the PRs. No, we don't need to. Let's just go over to that branch and delete it. I don't think we need that branch anymore. We finished that branch last week. The actions. Normally that item is right in the all right, we'll just get rid of it from here. Normally that option is there when you merge, but we can just get rid of it from here. All right, so that branch is gone. Let's go ahead and grab this add infinite scroll feature to all pages. We'll come back to the IDE. We'll do a git fetch here. So I'll kill the app, clear that out. Let's pull this up a bit. We'll do a git fetch. All right, let me make sure my webcam is on. Okay, and then now we'll do a git checkout of the branch name we just copied, so 43, and we are ready to get started. So in order to pull this off, right, let's just start taking note of what it is we actually have to do to pull this off, right? So the first thing we need to do is we need to be able to fire off logic in our code based on some kind of scroll positioning or some kind of thing being in the viewport. So fire off code based on stuff being in the viewport, okay? So we'll use a certain component for that, I'm sure. And I think I've already found a component that might work for that, so we'll see in a second. But once we're able to say that I can scroll and control what happens, the next thing I need to be able to do is append HTML to the bottom of the component whenever that scroll, item, whenever a specific item, is in the viewport. Okay, so you can imagine we'll have some kind of loading graphic that when it's in the viewport, we all of a sudden get more items getting appended to the bottom of the page. The next thing we need to do is this concept of paginating our queries, right? So we know we're using Grok to fetch content from the sanity.io. We need to be able to say, Grok, give me items 1 through 10. And then on a subsequent call, since we know it's going to be page 2, we need to be able to say, Grok, give me items 11 through 20. And if you're on page 7, give me items 61 through 70, right? So update the tag-based story query to basically allow for paginated results, right? And then is there anything else we need to do here? I think these are the main 3 things we're on the hook for in order to pull off some form of infinite scroll. So I'm going to come here and see what this last change was. This looks like a cosmetic change that we made. So I'm going to leave that in place. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to try and pull this off because this feels like the easiest thing to tackle. So we need a way to test this. So here's what I'm going to do. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that that home page only pulls in 4 pieces of content. Okay, so first let's start the app. Okay, and then we'll head back over to the browser. We'll open this up. And the reason I say we need to, look how long that's taking. The compiling of this is not slow by any means. So we need to be able to say that when we scroll to a certain depth, we are able to do something. And I don't want to see a million pieces of content here. So what I'm going to do is for our homepage story wall, I'm going to say that for the query, I only want 2 items. Okay, right now I'm getting back everything after the 5th item, but we're gonna slice that so that we're only getting back 2 items instead. So in total, I'm gonna return 10 items. Well, 7 items. Yeah, I'll return 7 items in total. So let's head back over to the IDE. Go into our scripts. I mean, no, not the studio. We want to be in the app. Let's go over to the Sanity library, queries, and then here, here we want the stories query, which is here. And it looks like we're just saying, give me back everything, right? But we don't want to do that. We actually want to say, give me back 7 items. So 0 through 7. 6. Okay, and now if we head back over to the browser, we are only getting 6 items back now. So now what I'm going to do is at the bottom of this component, I'm going to find some loading GIF that I can just borrow from the interwebs that I can append to the bottom of this component so that we have a div of some sort to anchor to, right? So let's just find that real quick. Let's see if we can do loading GIF NextJS. Let's see if they have something out of the box. Oh, yeah, loading UI and streaming. Okay, meaningful loading UI with React. With this convention, you can show an instant loading state from the server while the content. Yeah, that's what I want, right? Here we go. So you can load any UI inside loading, including a skeleton. So this looks good. In the same folder, loading.js will be nested inside layout.js. It will automatically wrap the page.js file and any children below suspense boundary. Okay. So what is suspense? That's new. An instant loading state is fallback UI that is shown immediately upon navigation. You can pre-render loading indicators such as skeletons and spinners or a small but meaningful part of screens such as cover, title, etc. Let's see. Streaming with suspense. In addition to loading JS, you can also manually create suspense boundaries for your own UI components. The app router supports streaming with suspense for both Node.js and Edge runtimes. What is streaming? To learn how streaming works in React Next.js, it's helpful to understand server-side rendering and its limitations. With SSR, there's a series of steps that need to be completed before a user can see blah, 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 blah. Server that renders HTML for the HTML, CSS, yep. These steps are sequential and blocking, yep. Get it. So right there, they're just trying to teach us what these concepts are and how Next.js solves it, right? Using stuff like suspense. Well, not just Next.js, that's React. Suspense works by wrapping a component that performs an asynchronous action, showing fallback UI while it's happening, and then swapping in your component once the action completes. So are we on the hook for the UI? I really like this. Oh, it looks like we are on the hook for it because this is HTML they have in here. So it allows you to break down page. Yeah. So here, let's just use this, right? Let's just go ahead and use it. So React suspense. So I think I actually have to import this, or do I? Doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just a part of it. All right, so let's see how we can do it. Instant loading states. Loading skeleton. So this is the loading.tsx. And they have it in a dashboard directory. Which I don't know why they put it in a dashboard directory. That's interesting. I'm actually going to do that same. No, we don't need a dashboard. We'll just add it to our. It'll just be in our components, right? It's just going to be a component for us. So let's see how that will work. Let's go back to the IDE and just see kind of where that might need to live. We look in our directory here. We have an app directory, but we also have components here. And then we have, so it'll probably be in UI. That's where we'll put it. It'll be in UI. So we'll put a file here called loading.tsx. And then inside of our loading.tsx file, we'll go back to the browser. We'll just copy this. So now here, I'm gonna export default. I'll make this anonymous. And then we'll return this. No, I don't need that. What's happening there? Loading skeleton is probably something I need to import. Let's go back to the browser. What the heck is loading skeleton? So maybe the loading skeleton is just like whatever we want, right? So maybe this is really some stuff that we put together. So for now, we'll just say the loading skeleton is what? We'll do that, and then we'll say it's loading ... for now. Okay. So now I should be able to go back into our, and that's UI loading, right? So now I should be able to go into. Well, let's actually see how they say you should set it up. Basically, in the same folder, loading.js will be nested inside layout.js. So yeah, so we go to layout.js, TSX for us. It'll automatically wrap the page.js, any children inside the suspense boundary. So we need to wrap whatever we're interested in layout. We need to wrap that with suspense. I'm surprised they don't give you a, oh, here we go. I was going to say, I'm surprised they don't give you like a full example. So if we go back to the IDE now, and we go over to our layout.tsx, can import the suspense, and I'll get rid of this kind of in the way. So we need the suspense component, and then we'll wrap that around. No, we don't need it here. Let's actually go to our page.tsx. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure how I want to organize this yet, but we'll just try it for the story wall for now. So we'll do suspense. Okay, and then we'll wrap story wall in suspense, and then suspense now needs to reference as our loader. It needs to reference as the fallback. It needs to reference our new component that we just made, our loading component, right? So we'll say for the fallback, fallback here, right? And instead of it loading that, we'll say import loading from, and then this will be the @/components/loading. Components. Oh, that's lowercase loading. Oh, no, oh, components UI. There we go. And then the name of it is not lowercase loading, uppercase loading, it's lowercase loading. I'm gonna make that uppercase loading. So I will rename that, because I feel like each component, the kind of best practice is for components to start with uppercase. For whatever reason, Shad CN's components start with lowercase. I really don't like that they are using an anti-pattern there, but whatever. I'm gonna make sure ours is uppercase, so we are following the oh, that should work. Oh, okay, now this is wrong, right? Oh, whoops. Wait, that should work. That wrong. Export default, yeah. Wait, what was it complaining about? Oh, okay, wait, was it? What's page complaining about? Module blah has no exported member loading. Did you mean to use import loading for? Oh, dub. It's not a member, it's just a regular service. Okay. All right, so that file itself is the loader, right? So I am gonna now convert this to the component. I don't know if it needs to be in the curly braces if you pass only the component, but I imagine it might need to be. What if we just did loading here? Yeah, it needs to be there. Okay, cool. So now we have the suspense there. If I go back to the browser, I wonder if that works out of the box. I'm gonna start the app, which it already is started, and know how to. It's so fast, right? It's gonna be near impossible to validate. I'm gonna see if I can throttle our connection to, let's just say offline. Okay, that's way too slow. Slow 3G. All right, let's see how fast that renders. All right, so the images aren't showing up, but I don't see a concept of a loading graphic there. All right, so suspense fallback loading. We did. Maybe it just needs to directly return it. So before we do loading here, let's just see if the paragraph tags work. Just see the word loading feed or whatever. It's around the story wall. So section suspense. Yeah, they surrounded it around their post feed. So that should have worked, right? Because it's, let's just see if the XHR request is happening too fast. Maybe that's what's happening here. Maybe our XHR request is happening so fast that it never gets a chance to run into the. I actually don't see the XHR request. So I wonder if here I have to state use client. Story wall. Get this client. I don't see it fetching the data from Sanity though, which is what I would have expected. There are the images. Yeah, this is doing server-side rendering right now. I think this is rendering from my application. Here, let me kill this and start it back up. It could just be that it was rendering from my application, so then at that point, I'm just gonna have a flat, like none of these are gonna actually be requests out to Sanity at that point. So I'll go ahead and refresh this now. Because what I'm hoping to see is that in the XHR request list, there's a call to Sanity somewhere. Oh, we're not getting that call to Sanity. So what's happening is it's building our full page right off the bat. It's building our full page right off the bat, and then using what it's generated as far as HTML to just deliver it. There's no XHR request in here. If we just filter by XHR, which is the request that's the type of request that gets made when you're fetching content from external sources, which our homepage definitely does, right? Those documents, these stories here, they live in the Sanity Studio. They don't even live on localhost 3000. So they should be going out to Sanity to get those, but we see them clear as day on our page right here. Which means that the XHR request is not happening. Let me go to this Fragium Acer ASTAS and see if we get XHR here. No, we don't. So it's just doing server-side rendering. This is going to be hard to validate. All right, so we'll do without the loading graphic for now. I think we do want to circle back to that at the end of this, but I don't want to get too caught up in that. That's a really small part of what we're trying to pull off today. So for now, I'm going to leave that out of it. Let me see what happens if I do use client here. Instead of doing it on the story wall, right? Instead of doing that, let's use it here. Let's see if we go back to the page and refresh if we get any XHR requests. No, I don't see any. Which kind of leads me to believe that, well, no, it wouldn't be on this page, right? It would only be on the home page. But if we don't see XHR requests in here, then it leads me to believe that this is server-side rendering, and I'm just not at the point in our work here where I know how to enable/disable server-side rendering. So it may just be something we have to deal with. Now let me turn this heat down. I am getting hot. Things mobile. Your component that needs server only. That only works in a server component, which is not supported in the pages directory. So should I do use server here? And then let's turn this on if we're gonna use this. Go back to the IDE. So on the story wall, because I have use client here, I'm gonna comment out the carousel. And on the story wall, I am going to add use server. And then, what is it called? Like server component or something like that. Let me see. Use server. Sorry, I'm in the browser. Let's go use server NextJS. Here's use client. I know there's something that I have to do if it's experimental. I don't know if server is experimental or not. Maybe it is. Okay, so maybe that's fine. So I would imagine. Hang on. Let's go back to the IDE, because now that I think about it, I think this is the client side component. This is the use client call, and I think this is our server component. So this is you. All right, and then now if we head back over to the browser, let's see if at least our app is back up and running. Which it is. Our app is back up and running. We still don't have XHR requests. We got to figure that out. Oh, what up, lady? What's up, lady? How you doing, lady? We got another one of the old school junkies in the junkyard. Let's go. Let's go. What's up, lady? How you doing? So yeah, this is actually kind of interesting. So we did just basically enable our server-side rendering. I'm actually gonna try that suspense thing one more time. I just want to see if what we've done there makes a difference. So hang on, let me go all the way back to when suspense was in place. Oh, I can't. Oh, let's kill it. Okay, and then what I just did in the IDE is I have use server on the place where I make a server-side call, which is this, right? I'm making server-side calls out on this component, this page. And then here I have the loading GIF, which should just say loading ... I'll get rid of that. Well, I guess we can keep the spinning. And then on the story wall, I say that's client, right? Use client for that, but also do what you have to do to pull in that server-side data, right? So going back to the browser, let's see if we got rid of our error. We did. And it does look like we are getting requests now, XHR requests. So we did it. We did it. We actually did do it using suspense. I don't see the loading graphic at all. But at least we did see the XHR requests working as expected. I'm gonna refresh that one more time. Yeah. That may require some kind of cache flush. I'm gonna look at this in incognito. Yeah, that loaded so fast that it had to be loading from cache. What if we shut down the app and started back up? Let's see what happens then. I'll just see if we can see. Nah, there's no loading graphic there. And that could just be a matter of us being able to get the content so quickly that there's just it just doesn't take long to load. So if we go back to queries real quick and we say instead of 0 through 6, give me everything again. And then we head back over to the browser, refresh the page. If this actually, now this is a very slow throttled connection, but as you can see, that loads instantly still. So, you know, shout out to NextJS. I think the next thing we need to do over the next few days, actually, is we need to keep dumping in fake content into the backend so that we always have this kind of concept of, like, more and more content in our data lake, like, every day. Like, I would say every night, right before I sign off, I need to just start triggering a, like, 500 content creation dump. And then every morning when I wake up, do another 500. It's happening in the background. I won't notice it, but when I come to work here, we'll be able to say that our data lake is so content heavy that we can test some of these things. Right now, I don't see the actual loading graphic showing up though, which is what I would have expected to happen right there. So that didn't pop up. Okay. Yeah, I won't lie, guys. This isn't actually teaching me anything. If I'm being real, like I'm not actually learning what. Open up. So maybe it needs to happen after. Maybe the loading icon only happens when you're navigating. Maybe. Right? Maybe it's something that is it requires some kind of JS, right? So if we look at panel JS, see here, they're just passing in the children and loading that. Yeah. Artist ID. Biography gets artist ID. Biography is here. Of course, we don't see what that looks like, but I imagine the biography needs to go fetch some content from an external resource. So when you click that button that I saw, let's reset that. Click this button, it's going to do a fetch, which is going to trigger a wait. And what they're saying is, while waiting for what goes inside of suspense, you'll get presented with whatever's in loading until whatever's in suspense comes back, right? Which makes sense. That actually makes sense. The question is, what's in that biography? It doesn't matter, but let's see if we can find biography. Yeah, this is definitely it, but I think we're just getting our data back so fast that we can't see ours working. Because we're like, once our page loads, we literally have everything back that we need. So something, yeah, we just can't really see it. Yeah, I know I didn't see it. But that's okay. Custom. Ouch. 1 download, 1 kilobyte upload. Okay. Add. And then now let's actually change our throttle to ouch. Refresh the page. That's literally just 1 kilobyte a millisecond. So it should be extremely slow. But if when the page returns, we have everything we need back to run the data, then it's not going to do anything for us, right? Home is our asynchronous page. And then the component that we have is just a standard component. It's not asynchronous. So what this should be doing is, if we go to, not here, not in page either, right? It would have to be, actually suspense would have to be at the layout level at that point. Hang on, let me try that. Second, let me try that, because now that I think about it, I think that I don't even think this matters. So if we go back to the IDE, you'll see what I'm talking about. I don't think this matters, this use server and stuff like that. I think we just are supposed to call the suspense from the layout. But if I come here and I say, put it around children, well, now I do have children that are relying on this, right? So if I come here, save that, now that should not error out. Let me go grab that loader. That looks like. Okay, so now we have a loader around everything, and as long as this takes time to load, we should see that that loading graphic. It's refreshing right now, but we're at 1 kilobyte per second. That was probably a little too aggressive. Let's go to, where is it? The throttle link of ouch needs to just be slow 3G. Or like a mobile phone. I'm gonna refresh this one more time. And if this doesn't work, yeah, there it is. It worked. Okay, so it worked. So it does work. Right? It does work. And it is saying that only the stuff inside here that has the suspense wrapped around it, if it's not loaded yet, like if I haven't fetched all the data yet, then I'm going to show this loader. And for us, that's going to be like this skeleton component, right? So we'll create that as we get further along. But for now, we do understand that we can use suspense and we can wrap our entire web experience with expense, right? So, I mean, with suspense. So that's good. And we don't need to do this client versus, hang on, maybe we do need to do client versus server though, right? Because for the story wall, we declared that we want to use client. Let's see what happens if we refresh that with, let's say we get rid of the use client and just refresh the page. Let's see if that works. I don't know if that's still loading or not. I'm going to load this in a new tab just so I can be sure. Yep, and it still works. Right, so we don't need the use client even. All we need is the suspense manager for that, which we have now, right? We have the suspense manager wrapped around a layout, the whole thing, which is like our topmost level element. And then inside of there, we tell it what we want to happen, right? So in theory, we should be able to put suspense on this story wall. I don't know why that wasn't working before, but in theory, that should have worked. If we're able to put now you can see all the stories loaded, but we also had that kind of wait declaration, which I think if we click any of these topics pages, we can make it work here as well. All the story data is already here, so that didn't work, but if the story data wasn't here, I'm pretty sure there would be a path forward to adding loading graphics for this stuff as well. So yeah, let's see if we can be more prescriptive about that, because I really would like the suspense to be around story wall. So what is it about our setup that wasn't allowing for that? Go back to the browser, look at suspense React. Okay, so you can wrap any part of your application with a suspense boundary. React will display loading fallback into the code for the data. Oh, that's because we already have the data. So if we go back to the IDE, we already have the data. What we say needs to happen in page.tsx is the story wall doesn't control the fetching of the data. The actual page itself does, right? This is what controls that data getting created. So if we wanted to, we can move the request to the story wall. That's one option. But I guess we were trying to be clever. Yeah, let's do that. We'll say we'll load the carousel by default, but we'll load the featured data separately. Okay, so the actual stories data, we'll load that separately. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of the story data and stories, right? So we'll just get rid of this. Let's get rid of the stories query. And what we'll do is we'll say story wall actually doesn't have any props getting passed to it. Okay. Story wall doesn't have props getting passed to it. Instead, story wall will do all of that on its own. Okay, so to get stories now, we have to basically do this. Okay, have to do this now. And in order to do that, we need load query. And we need stories query. Okay. And now we have that. This can't be async unless this is async, right? So that should work. Yep. And now we have stories here. So if I do a console.log, for example, .log, whoops, stories, .length. I save that, I should get the length here. Okay, so story data, not defined, I think. I may have gotten rid of it here. Yeah, so that's actually needed for this. Stories queries also needed. But we don't need to do this many anymore, I don't think. I think for stories query, we should just tell it. So what's, yeah, this is actually hilarious, right? Because now what's happening is I'm getting all the stories back now here, but it's kind of a waste, right? Because now we're going to also get it back underneath here. So we'll optimize this a bit so that this is only getting us the first 5 items, and these stories will get us back everything between item 5 and beyond. So yeah, I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but I know easily we can say featured items is just 0 through 5, right? So for the queries, we can just say, if we did have a featured items, we could say items 0 through 5 at the end here, like 0.5, and that would suffice for just give me 5 items. And then maybe we can even say that this is these are start and end, right? $end, and then that way we can say, I don't know what'll happen if these are null. I don't know what'll happen if this is null, and this. Pretty sure that'll throw an error. But if we say give me start and end, I'll figure it out. We'll keep it like this for now just so we can test the story wall, but I'll figure that out. Okay, so now we're doing stories.length. Let's just do this so we can see the length. Yep, 495. So that's working, right? We have all 500 stories showing up here, and that's what we want. So now the next thing to test is if we add our suspense here now instead of at layouts, we'll take suspense, everything we did for suspense, we'll put it in here. Take that here. We'll come here, right? Yeah, there we go. Suspense. Oh, that's happening. Okay, suspense. Now, if we come grab that loader, right, and then back here, we should be able to just pop the loader in, and then for the layouts, anymore, go back to just header children. Now we don't have anything happening here as far as suspense mechanisms. We'll go ahead and close that. Wait, what did I change? Oh, there's a bottom line there, which, no, that's fine. I'll leave that. All right, so now in here, if I go back to the browser, I should now be able to see the loading story wall, right? And then for the featured carousel items, though, I should see that load instantly, but I have it commented out now. But we'll go ahead and we'll just uncomment it. You know what? I'm gonna do it for both, right? Because we have 500 items loading for both of these now, which is obviously not what we're gonna do long term. But this will actually showcase the point, right? This will drive the point home. So if I do that, I'm gonna have that, and then story wall is doing all that itself. So yeah, so if I go back to the browser now, come back over here, let's just refresh this. I should actually see 2 loading GIFs, right? I should see 2 things that say loading. One for the carousel and one for the did not work. There's one loading right there. That was for the rest of these items. The carousel, I think, loaded too quickly. Yeah, I think the carousel just loaded pretty instantly. Like once because remember, the data is still here, right? If we were to move all of this data into the carousel, which is what we'll do anyway. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that because we don't need this here. So what we'll do is we'll comment this out, get rid of this, okay? And we'll do what we did for story wall to featured carousel. So let's go featured carousel, come here, get rid of this. We're no longer doing this, right? And we'll say that same thing we did for story wall, which is just the story data. We'll do it here as well. We know this is redundant. We'll figure out a way to optimize this in a bit. But this is going to be, it's going to be the same thing here as it was over here. We'll add this here. And this is really inefficient because not only that, but we're loading this client again as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for optimization here. But I think this will work, right? The end result is to have a stories variable declared, and that's what we have now, right? Without loading it at the page.tsx level. So we can delete this now. And we can actually say that oh no, we already did that, right? Feature stories is I think it's 0, 5. So for feature carousel, we want 0, 5. For story wall, we want 5 and beyond, right? Now if we go back to the browser and refresh the page, yeah, we see 2 loading GIFs now, right? That's what we would expect. We want to see one loader for the carousel, and look at that. The story wall loaded in first, and then the carousel came shortly thereafter. Right? So that's working. Okay, so we can cross that thing off of our list. We have a working loading GIF, kind of, sort of, okay? So the next thing I want to do, now that we know how to suspense whatever works, the next thing I want to do is see if we can find like a loading GIF React. All right, we just want some animated loader. All right, here we go. Someone made a library of loading animations. All right, and we're gonna steal these. Yay! npm. All right, and let's see what they have. All right, so I think it's like this. Here's a NextJS guide. Let's look at that. So it looks like you are on the hook for this little spiral script include. Oh, gee. Okay. How are they doing it here? I don't care about. So yeah, for NextJS, it just looks like they have the then you can add L spiral loader component wherever you like. If you're using Typescript, you get a missing type error with this method fixed by importing that from whatever in your app. Another method is to use dynamic import. For convenience, you can wrap your loader in a React component that handles import and registration. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's try this. Then you can use loader, yeah. So we are gonna add ourselves a new UI component called loading, which we've already done, but this time we'll use this instead. And then I think we need to add this L spiral here, I think. Oh, let's go back to the layout.tsx. Oh, where is it? Well, that's not working either. Use this. I feel like I didn't yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I actually installed it. So there's actually an install command we have to run first. Alright, so it added the package. Alright, so now do I even need this? Yeah, I don't need that anymore. Okay, so now we have a loader that I think we can just use anywhere now. Right, so if I come back here and look at their docs, it looks like this section. A NextJS guide. Yeah, they said add the L Spyro loader component wherever you like. And then this is now allowing me to add loader in my client. So let's go back to the IDE, add loader something. But we'll go to page.tsx, and instead of the callback being loading, we'll say the callback is import loader from, and then we'll say at / component / UI / loading. Right, and then now I can say import the loader. Now if we go back to the browser and look at the app. Alright, oh, use effect, I don't have that imported, I don't. Wait, what? Oh, it only works in a client component. But none of its parents are marked. Yeah, okay, cool. So I have to say, alright, I have to say in the, where do we put that? In the, we put that in the page? Yeah, so maybe here I have to say use client. Put in component needs server only. Okay. Now I think in server component I need to say use server. No, this is the use client. And I don't think I need to specify use server on the other one at all. Use on one. So I know this is going to be the client, so maybe this is, no, wherever we're using the data is the server. So this is you, right? Client would be, is it here? Yeah, that worked. Okay, that worked. Now we can see we have our little spinny loading graphics here. All right. This is waiting for the story wall. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's see if we can apply some classes to this and get it to be a little bigger and noticeable. So I'm gonna do class name here. All right, and then I'll do class name of, wait, is it just class here? That's weird. All right, we'll just do it on the loader itself. That's weird. I can't use a class name on it. That's interesting. So L Spyro must have its own, like the L Spyro library must have its own way to pass classes. So let's go back to code and just yeah, so it's size. Okay, cool. We'll go here. We'll go size. It's equal to I don't know, 50. Yeah, that did get bigger. It did get a lot more noticeable. I'm gonna go even crazier than that. I'm gonna do like 75. Where's this? Yeah, that's really big. Okay, cool. So that looks fine. And then I also think we should figure out a way to center those. So here what I want to do is I want to say section Then back to the IDE, I want to say section, close there. Then I'm going to do a class name here of container. So now those loading graphics should show up in the center of the screen instead of off to the side. Yeah, there they are. Okay. And then I'm also going to text center them so that they can appear in the very middle. Let's see if that works. Text center, I think. Go back to the browser, refresh. Yep, that works. Okay, cool. So now we have our loading graphics in place, and we'll leave it there, right? We have really cute spinning loading graphics, and I'm gonna leave it there. So I do want to see what these errors are. Hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered in the server. Expected server HTML to contain a matching script in HTML. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll shut down the app and start it back up because we added new things to our application, and hopefully that's what it's complaining about. All right. So we're still getting the 3 errors. See more here. Let's see what they say we have to do. While rendering your application, there was a difference between React tree that was pre-rendered from the server and a React tree that was rendered during the first render in the browser. Hydration is when React converts the pre-rendered HTML from the server into fully interactive application, whatever. Common causes incorrect nesting of HTML. Yeah, and most likely that's our problem, right? We have some kind of nesting challenge there. So could be something that can I just do this? What? Pages.ts. Edit here. How about now? Yeah, they don't. On a stack script than HTML, and that comes from that that thing we did here. I bet. I'm gonna get rid of that. I don't know if that's necessary. Okay, but now I don't see our loading. All right, let's go out of body here. What we'll do is we'll say head actually has a... Yeah, let's go to the IDE. Let me show you guys what I'm doing. So inside the head, I'm actually going to put something in here. That script back will cut this out this time. And instead of just closing it there, I'll say inside the head we have the script back. So that's usually, you see scripts. See if that clears it for us. I actually still don't see our loading graphic. All right, so I'm gonna just say script here. I'm gonna move it out all the way. We'll say head closes by itself, and then maybe under body. Okay, maybe we'll do it under body. All right, yeah, that worked. Oh, did it? Yeah, but I don't see the loading graphic now. Let's see. Yeah, what's weird is that I don't see them actually adding it until we get to the NextJS guide. So here they added, they don't even have head here for theirs. All right, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try getting rid of head and just adding our script. We don't have anything in our head anyway. I'm just gonna see if this. All right, yeah, that did it. I think that did it. Nope, the arrows are still there. And I just feel like that wouldn't even. Oh, like it's working there. It's like it doesn't work. I have the. That's really. Yeah, see, that's why I thought this would look like it requires that JavaScript at all. All that. But now, if I do, I have to use. And we see that clearly the loading GIF is. Is clone. That is. Have a state passing here. Now if I go back to add that back, our head. Still got the errors. suppress hydration. Maybe that's coming from the loader. So do I do that on the loader itself? I did see that happening in the layout here, but maybe we need to do it here. On here we now let's see if that did it, because I did notice that was on the other one as well. If we come back here, refresh, they're still there. I would imagine it has something like this. That's like the only possible. Specific 3 errors they're calling out is like, you have a hydration fail because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server, and a matching script in HTML, because we're adding a new script in HTML, right? So I'm not sure why it matters where I add this though. That's another weird thing, is that I should normally be able to add this anywhere I want, like even here if I wanted to. And it's for some reason not letting me do that right now. Yeah, see, they're not showing up now when I don't add it to the head. All right, so I'm just not going to use this library, honestly. I think that it's too... It's causing too much grief to actually get it to... This was like some user randomly saying like, hey guys, look what I did. And it's possible that they just did it in a weird way. I'm just not going to use this particular spinner. I'm actually going to uninstall it. Not going to use this. So we'll come back here. We'll just everything we did here. Go back to no. Go back to the default just paragraph tag. And then actually close that. The page.tsx will go back to the original as well. And over to the IDE. Here's what I'm getting rid of all these that's now just going to be the loader. And I don't know if we need the use client. I don't think we needed that until we had the server component mixture. I think we might need it eventually, but for now, I don't think we're doing anything with it. All right, so I think we spent enough time doing that. Let's just make sure we're getting our regular loader. And we are, right? We're getting at least the word loading here until things pop in. So that alone will suffice. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come back over to the loader HTML here, this H2. I'll use that instead. So what I'll do is instead of putting this here, I'm just going to move this over to the loader component so that we can start doing everything there. So loading, actually I'm going to call this the loader. So name, this will be called loader. And say that, and then this is going to be class name, container text center. Then you and here are going to be that loader. All right, because it's a loader. It's not loading, which is the adverb. It's a loader, which is the noun for it, or the adjective for it. All right. Let's just go make sure that we're seeing what we expect now on read. Yep. There's our two little icons. There's no graphics to it right now. We'll find that later. All right, let's move on to the actual first task on our list, which is to fire off code based on stuff being in a viewport. Now for this, I want to use a community module for this. even though we just failed using one of the other community modules. There's a module for this that I really do think is going to work out for us, and it's the React Intersection Observer. And what this allows you to do is kind of listen in for scroll events. And if things get, not scroll events necessarily, but basically viewport events. If something specific is in the viewport, it allows you to sniff for it. And if it finds it, you can do something based on that finding. So what we're going to say is when our loader, which we're going to add to the bottom of the page by default, it's not going to be this thing that pops open when you're loading content. So we're going to get rid of our suspense managers for now. We're going to say that these guys are not actually involved. Well, yeah, they would be. Yeah, they would be. That's fine. They can stay involved. What we are going to say, though, is there's going to be a new component at the bottom of the story wall here called loader. Okay? And this loader is going to be wrapped around a different function. So I'll do that in the story wall, though. I think we only need that for story wall. So if we go into the story wall itself, and we come to what this is returning, right? We can see in between the story wall, it actually returns this section tag right now. Okay? But I want to actually say that below the array here, this mapping, where I'm actually doing a lot of HTML that's being returned in that mapping, I want to just add a loader DOM here, right? So I want to say maybe span, and actually, wait, let me see how to use this. It's like use in view, and the reference to it, header inside viewport $. All right, so I'm gonna go find out how to actually implement this. Oh, it's really saying to include it using the in view, and then use effect to say if in view happens, do something, right? So what we want to say is if in view happens, for right now we can just log something. Right, we can just say we'll log something. So what we'll do is we'll come back over to the IDE, and then we'll say, let's actually import it first. So we need to there we go. So I'm gonna grab that, put it in the story wall, use in view. And now in here, in this async function here, I'm gonna do a React use state, right? So I mean not use state, but use in view. That's ref in view. So you can do we go. Something like that, where options is, I don't know yet. We won't even pass any options. But then here now, we can say, basically use effect to say if in view is true, then do something, right? We're going to do a console.log. So it's going to be use effect is going to be equal to a anonymous function. Okay, and then it's going to pass the in view here. Right, it needs to pass in view. And I'll get rid of entry actually. Don't need. So then now we can say console.log hello world. Right? We'll say whenever some reference is in view, we'll console.log that. And then inside of here, we'll do an ID that I need. I'm not sure, to be honest. So it has to be ref, I think. It has to be like ref was, and then whatever the ref was. And then now here I can say this is the loader. I can import that loader component. In here I just add a ref tag here that says this is the reference, and then I'll add our loader there just so it shows the loading graphics. So go to the page.tsx. Let's grab that loader from here as well. Pop it in here. All right, so now we have a loader at the bottom of the page. When we get to the very bottom of the page, we should see this loader. So if I come back to here, where's my, go to the browser. All right, so if I come back here and I go to local 3000, okay, so now, yeah, so we do need to use the client. All right, so let's actually think about that again, right? So the thing that's the client side component here is the story wall. This is our client side component. So this is client. Let's see if that alone fixes the error. No, it doesn't, right? So we now have the server side component to worry about. So we'll come back to page.tsx, and then this will say use server. Let's see if that solves it. But maybe this is the, oh yeah, we're doing the calls from the story wall now. But it's not gonna matter if I call use server here. It's actually gonna matter if that's being use server and then this is use. So yeah, story wall is just not set up correct. Token.ts has server. So story wall is called by page.tsx. Oh, that should. Like I would imagine that starting from the top, right, the use server would be the page.tsx. These are now technically server components, so those are also use server. And then the only thing in here that's client would be the loader component, I would think. right, I'm not gonna much time on that. We do need to get back to that though, because that could be weird. But we'll just say hello loading. And then we'll get rid of these server and call. Not until we go learn them, which I don't want to spend time on the show. Get rid of that, and then now if we go back to the browser, we should at least see our page working. Story. Oh, and that's because we're doing this now, right? So going back to the most basic, which would be this is use client and page.tsx is use server. I think. Higher than that. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll get rid of the loader for now. IDE, we'll get rid of this loader and we'll just say mat commands, and I'm getting out of this window. No, it's not. Do P, and then we'll say loading, Alright, and then if we go back to the browser, yeah, I think now we can get rid of some of these directives, right? Oh, what about story? Yeah, this is now where it's going to say, hey, you're using use client, use effect. Yeah, so I always thought it was that the component that you're using. Okay, you're importing a component that needs server only. That only works in the server component, which is not supported in the pages directory. I have to actually do this real quick. Composition patterns. So fetching data is a server component, and like the use effect is a client component. Okay, so anything that uses use effect is a client component. So go into back to the IDE. Here's where we're using use client, but here what's happening is we're fetching data here too. That's our problem. We can't do both things here. We're going to have to fetch the data somewhere else. It's going to be our server component. So wait, technically, hang on, technically we're doing this a little weirdly, right? What we would do is in here, we would have something called like, so if this is going to be our story wall, hang on, this is not as hard as we're making it, right? So let's do this. Let's go back to the other model where we were fetching the content from the page.tsx. So we'll come here, add that back in, and then, oh, we already have that. So we'll just add these back in, keep feature stories out of it. And then now we can get rid of those from here. So we'll get rid of these two. In here, we'll say that this is going to be a component that takes stories, okay, and it's going to be stories is just stories, and then that's going to be a type of stories, a type of stories sanity document array. Okay, so that's good. And then now here we're going to actually go back to that, right? We're going to say stories, and then this is going to be stories. So now this is going to be our server component. So we'll do use server here, and then we'll say this is our client component here. So we'll say use client here, right, which we're already doing. And now that should relieve us of that error where we couldn't use effect, right? So if we go back to the browser, go back to our application. Okay, so there's something going on there. Let me just refresh and make sure that we'll get that error again. I don't know if that's real. No, that wasn't real. Okay, so we got it. That time it worked, right? We saw the loading GIF, but it is now happening infinitely for some reason. If we go back to the IDE, something is causing this now to fire off nonstop. And I think it might be this. You just save that and go back to the browser and see what happens. So it's reloading. What's up, Corey? How you doing? We got Corey over on YouTube saying what's good to the world. How you feel, Corey? Hope you're having a great night. I know I am. All right, let's see if it craps out. If it doesn't, then we know that our problem is now with the infinite scroll wall. Okay, so that's still working, right? So we know that the problem was with the infinite scroll DOM that we have in place. Maybe for some reason it's always in view. And we're opening and closing this here. So for some reason this it didn't like this. So what we'll do is let's actually review the documentation for let's review the documentation for the React Observer. I know that seems. This needs a ref, right? So that first ref, that component won't load until that wait event is done. So if that isn't in view though, why is that? Hang on, that's really weird that that was happening now that I think about it. Because this should just be saying, hey, I'm only gonna respect, right? But then after a while, it'll just basically say maximum update depth completed. So and then you just see how. Okay, so maybe this is interesting. Like, what are we doing different? That's the weird thing about it. I don't know what we're doing. All right. Yeah, it's definitely trying to learn some multi-threading in Python. Oh man, multi-threading in Python. I haven't done that in so long. So what am I learning? I am trying to learn ReactJS, NextJS, Sanity.io, and Vercel, right? I'm trying to use those tools together to make a news gaming website. But really, I just want to learn React and Next and Sanity and Vercel, right? So right now, where we are with the project is we have a working website, but we are getting stuck here at a certain part of the page. We're getting stuck at the portion where we are rendering a bunch of content, but it's too much content for our taste. So we want to introduce this concept of infinite scrolling. And React has a very specific way that you have to handle infinitely scrolling pages because, of course, React passes events around through state. So you can imagine if you're trying to say, hey, do something at a certain scroll depth or do something when a certain thing is in my viewport, then you have to manage that appropriately, right? So what's happening to us right now is it's saying that whenever we have whenever we trigger the state update for this use in view command, it's for some reason it's causing an infinite loop where basically what's happening now is this gets triggered, and what it's saying is, okay, since I just got triggered, I need to redo. I need to like re-render this element. And what that causes, I believe, is that this, it almost looks as though this component here is reloading. Let me see what happens if I get rid of the suspense here. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna go back to the story wall, get rid of that. Maybe the suspense is what was choking it up. Let's see if that works. It's reloading now, so we'll see. That loaded. Let's see if it all of a sudden flips to the error again. It does, so it's not that. Server components. So if I get rid of use client there, then what? I mean, not if I get rid of use server there. Let's see if I get rid of use server, which kind of means we don't need the suspense call, but let's see if this infinite loops us again. Yeah, so you can't even do what we were trying to do anyway. Wait, are we doing some kind of async stuff here? Oh yeah, we're still calling this asynchronous way. Wait, is there an await call in here? No, it's not, right? There's no await call in there. Don't need that to be asynchronous. Oh, maybe that was our problem, dude. All right, so hang on. Let me go back to use server here. Oh, hang on, let me go all the way back because now I think I can get the suspense back. All right, so I just refreshed that. I just undid a bunch. All right, there we go. So that's better. Okay, and then wait, I think I now have to uncomment out the... No, it's there. Okay, good. So we're here again. We're here. So where's Hello World? I don't see Hello World. Hello loading. So... oh, there's Hello loading. Okay, cool. So it's there. And what we're saying is we want to console.log hello world whenever that's in the viewport, which it is now, right? Hello loading is in. I'm not seeing anything. Let's see if it's in the browser. Yay, it's working. Every time I pass it, I see hello world popping up. Okay, cool. So we got it working, okay? The problem was that we couldn't use... What's the problem? Shoot, what's the problem? Oh, we didn't need to be asynchronous anymore because this is not... We're basically following the correct pattern now, which is your... anything that you're calling like server-side data on, that's going to be your server component. Right, so you'll use server for any server components, right? I mean, any files that are making server-side calls, that's when you're going to use server. If you're just receiving data from a parent component, but you're really just doing things like re-rendering on the client side, then that's a client component and you declare use client. So now that we know this is no longer asynchronous, we can just say, hey, we're going to be passing the data into this from the parent, right? So now whenever we pass this loading DOM, we can see that hello world ticker going up, right? So right now it's at 4, now it's at 5. If I scroll to it again, it's at 6. If I scroll past it, it's at 7, etc., right? So we see it actually increasing in number every time it's in a viewport. So now that we know that's working, right? Now that we know that's working, the next step is to append more data to that div based on this thing happening, right? This thing re-rendering. So that's the question, right? How do we get it so that every time I pass that threshold, more items get appended to the bottom of the list, right? So in that case, I'm gonna have to affect stories somehow. So here's what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna say here is that instead of stories equaling, instead of stories just being this, I'm gonna do a use effect here. I'm gonna use state. So instead of just use effect, I'm gonna also do use state here. So in here, I'll do use state. Oh, and just to reiterate that, right? So the place where you do your server-side call is the place that needs to be a server-side component, right? So in the page.tsx, where we're actually making the server-side query to Sanity, that's where that's going to be a use server call, right? We're going to say this is a server-side file, right? This file needs to hit server. If it's a place that uses no server-side logic, it just receives content from a parent, like the story wall does, then you tell that to use client. So that's what we did here. So now what we're going to do is we are going to update our story wall so that it has a use effect call, because now, I mean, not use effect, but use state, because now we have a state that we want to set to. We want to be able to say that there's this constant that is an array of stories and also set story, right? And this is just going to be equal to use effect, and it's going to start out with stories as its stories is going to be its default value. Okay, so its initial value. So I'm gonna pass use effect in here. I mean, not use effect, but use state. Yeah, I can tell I'm getting DB. And we're passing stories here, but it doesn't like that. Let's call this the story wall. Okay, we'll call this the story wall, and then it'll start with stories. So now in here, what we'll do is we'll say this returns a... What does it... This returns... No, it doesn't need to return anything. It just needs to run set stories, where it's saying story wall. It's an anonymous function that says story wall is going to return, and no, it doesn't return an object, right? It returns an array of ... story wall and stories. Okay, this is just because we want to see. Wait, why is that not working? Oh, ... Okay, because now I want to combine these two together. I want to combine these two arrays of together. The magic of rubber ducking. So what I should see happen, right, is every time we scroll to, what I'll do is I'll say if in view, right, if I'm in that view, now what I want to do is I want to update my stories so that basically everything that's already there gets appended to the bottom. And so we can see this a little more clearly, I am going to now truncate this to just give me the first 5 items, right? So just gives me item 1 through 5, so it's easier to validate, right? So now if we come back to our wall here, we'll refresh this page because I think now this should give us only 5 items. Okay, I think I know what I have to do. I think what I need here is like an async function that is called like load stories. Let me go back to the IDE. I think I need a load stories method that basically says, yeah, so like basically stories, I'm not gonna do this. This is really close though. Stories is gonna be equal to an array of dot 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 story wall, comma, and then I'll pass in the stories. And I don't know if I want to. Actually, no. Let's go back to what they were just doing. The reason I don't want to do that though is because I actually want this to be a a client-side component. Yeah, so we'll stick with client-side for now. I think eventually I will have to update this to be a server-side component. But for now, we'll just say that stories is equal to it's going to be equal to story wall plus we could just say it's story wall twice, right? Just duplicate it every time. So yeah, let's do that. Let's just say stories is equal to dot 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 story wall. And then we'll do that twice, right? So now it's just gonna be duplicating it every time we pass into here, right? So basically what we wanna do is every time we pass that view, we wanna run load stories. Okay, and that doesn't pass anything. It just sets a new story wall. Like basically it takes the global story wall and sets that to here, right? So wait, hang on. I think this needs to be not just stories, but story wall is here, right? So then we need to say, yep, this is actually an array. We'll say this is equal to, okay, so now basically we're saying set the stories to be double whatever's in here. And then here we'll say const stories. Actually, yeah, we'll say const stories equals story wall. And then here we'll say story wall plus story. So the original story wall that we had plus the stories, right? Like basically duplicate it, because eventually this will turn into a server-side request for more stories, like the second page of stories or the third page of stories. All right, so we just want to see now that when this is in view, that we're getting like 10 stories instead of just 5. So let's go back to the browser and let's confirm that when we refresh this, we actually see content. We're not. Okay. Showing me probably because we don't have the, like, do we at least have the initial stories? Should story wall should be the initial story. Oh wait, maybe that's why. Maybe this now needs to be story wall. Let's see. About this, we're passing in the stories. Those are coming from the page. That should be working fine. I don't see why that's working. Once we get here, we're saying that story wall consists of the, let's actually change this name to initial story. Stories. IDE. And here what we'll say is that that stories equals initial stories, and then this guy is equal to the story wall variable, the state's story y variable, like the current story variables. Then Yeah, so now this is initial stories. So do we at least get that? Okay, so there is an error here. Cannot properties of undefined because initial stories for some reason isn't passable right now. Back to the browser. Yeah, so when it actually does try to inject, it's saying map doesn't exist because initial stories is undefined. So is it just, does it story? Either. Hang on, let's find out what initial stories actually is. We'll do a console.log. Back to the IDE and let's do some tinkering. So .log. Yeah. Oh, we have to serialize it. I bet that's what it is. I bet we have to serialize it because it's coming from the server now. So initial story. I bet that's what it is. So what we'll do is let's actually comment this out for now. Well, no, we can't comment it out that way. Shoot. So initial stories is undefined. Oh, because it's can't just call it initial stories. We would have to change it up top as well. Right, so it's a empty array. All right, so now the question is, what is stories? Right, what's story data? Right, story data is something. Story data.data is what we would be interested in. Story data. Oh, but there's not enough items to slice that, are there? So let's just do that data. Yeah, that works. Okay, so if I were to do stories, they're saying that there is nothing after number 5. So instead of doing that, I'll just do, I don't even want to do this anymore. I'm just going to do story data.data. So I'll do story data.data here. Oh, we got the Dungeoneer. Okay, what's up, Dungeoneer? We got somebody new in the junkyard. What's good? What's good? We doing some Friday night programming. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's see if that worked, guys. Let's go back to the browser. So, all right, at least our main error's gone, and we are console logging those 5 items. That is good. Now we can go back over to the story wall because I believe this is now going to be working. So let's undo the deletion of that. And let's head back over here. So there is our wall. Now if we scroll down to where it says loading more, it doesn't say loading more. Where's my loading more? Where's my loading more? Ref span. Okay, it just says ... So let's do loading more here. And then what we're saying is that we would like to run load stories whenever that happens. So yeah, we just want to see duplicates, right? We want to see a bunch of duplicates constantly get spawned in. So we start off with 5 items, scroll to loading more, and doesn't look like anything's happening. So we got use state, story wall. Oh, this needs to be called story. Because the name of that method is set stories. So this is gonna set story. This will be that's definitely correct, right? So it's gonna be stories and what though? What's gonna be the we would have to have something here that we can say we're prepending to it. I mean, what can we do? All right, that's what we'll do then. We'll just say we're doubling the stories, right? Just to confirm that it's working. Eventually, this will be dynamic, but for now, let's just at least see if we got that right. Are we doubling the stories when we hit load more? Does not look like it. Refresh the page. Are we at least getting something to happen when we see load? We are getting the console log here. And where are we console logging? We are console logging the initial stories. So what's not working though is, I see what's happening. It's not prepending. I mean, it's not appending that content to this DOM. Right? So what we want to do is probably pull this out. This section tag needs to go. And then what we can do instead is we'll move the section tag up here, right? So we'll say here you have this /section. And then in here you have your story wall. But now in here, we'll just say this is a standalone component. Okay, and then we'll actually put this in here as well. So now, and we can probably, no, this would stay here, I think. And this wouldn't be initial stories, right? This would be stories, actually. Because we're saying initially it is, oh, that's what we were doing wrong. We didn't even need to move that, I bet. I bet we didn't need to move that. Because we're saying stories is now equal to, we're just doubling it up, right? We should be pushing into stories here, I think. Yeah, let's go back to the browser and see if that's working. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. We are infinitely scrolling, baby! Let's go! Let's go! All right, I'm going to refresh that because I have to see that working, right? So I'm going to just reload. Look how big that progress bar is, right? And then as soon as I go down to the point where we get far enough to see that one DOM, instantly 5 more items get injected. You can see this thing getting smaller and smaller, right? That's because new items are getting injected, okay? It's just doubling the list every single time. So what we need to change, though, is it needs to say that it's keeping the previous stories. So this is going to be previous stories, right? And previous stories needs to always be added to the latest stories. So the next stories, right? So it needs to be something like const, yeah, this, right? It needs to be something like this, really, where you're like, next story page or next page of stories. Okay, it needs to be something like this, right? And then that would be equal to this. But and it does need to do a query, but we need to actually pass that query some information. So another one of the states we need, and here, let me go to the ID and show you guys what I'm doing. So basically what I was saying is that what we're doing right now is we're just making sure infinite scroll works, right? Which it does. Yay! That's so big. So now that infinite scroll works, now what we need to do is make this dynamic so that as you scroll, you're pulling in the next 5 and the next 5 and the next 5, and not just, right now we're just duplicating all the content. So really what we need is a couple things, right? So when you think about it, the first thing we need is we need a place to store the final piece, the final, like the last story ID that we got back. So that's one thing we need. Another thing we need is we need to update this because this is really saying previous stories. So this is going to be previous stories, I think. Let's see. And that's going to be sanity, an array of sanity docs. Or it's undefined, meaning you're on the first page, right? And then basically what we want to say is if previous stories exist, right? Then, and that's going to be like previous stories.length. If that exists, then give me the previous stories. Otherwise, give me an empty array right here. because we're going to be combining these two arrays. This guy, stories, right? Stories needs to now be a method in here that calls the query to get back some stories. So it needs to be like const new stories, right? Damn, they're good, dude. They are good, dude. How did they know? This is almost exactly, I swear to God, this is almost exactly what we need, dude. That's scary. That's scary, dude. So if we go to the story bank query, I think that's the one that uses the tag-based querying. But we're on the home page, right? So we don't care about the tag right now. All we care to send it is the last ID, because we are going to be paginating. So what we want to do right now is we want to say there's going to need to be two queries on our page. The first query is going to just need to be the featured story query. We tried to avoid that, but we're right back there. The second query, though, is this sort of paginated experience, right? Where you say, give me items 0 through 10, no matter what, and give me items 0 through 10, no matter what, and I'm gonna always store the story ID for you, right? I'm gonna always store the story ID. So in my query, I could, yeah, hang on. Let's go look at the documentation for pagination real quick, because I'm pretty sure it's something like that. So pagination with Grok, open. Pagination with Grok, let's see, what is this? So here it is right here, right? So basically, and the ID is greater, no, not this one, not this one. Yeah, it is this one, because if these are sorted, then this is gonna get you back like basically where you left off. So this is a lot more optimal than just doing like an array slice, right? Like this is being really methodical about how you filter out these results. So if you have 10 million results, right? It's always gonna try and find 10 million, but it's gonna quickly, very quickly, just eliminate majority of those records, because it's only getting things that start where the ID is greater than its last one. And you can also do some stuff with published at as well. See, here's this one with published at, where they're saying, I want 100 items. However, I want to make sure that the current published at date is greater than whatever the last one was that you stored. And if it turns out that they're equal, like they were published at the same time, then you can use the ID check for the last ID. So we need two values that we're going to be setting inside of our load stories method, right? We're going to need the, one of them is going to be the, so if we come back here, one of them is going to be last published, and then the other one is going to be last ID. So let's store those right now. Const last published, and then set last published equals use state last published is the, actually no, there is no use state, right? These are just basically undefined. Let's set that as use state. And then last ID. And set last ID. And then that can also be null, right? So now inside of our load stories, the first thing we're gonna do is, yeah, this, right? We wanna basically set a const called last well, first we wanna just get our stories, right? So we're gonna do fetch that. We're gonna pass in if stories already exist, meaning that we did already get the first 10, which we are getting the first 10, right? That was like the first thing we do. So since we already get the first 10, we can assume that we'll at least have a last ID. So we can do const last ID is equal to this. Okay? And then now ID is always going to be equal to last ID. All right, unless there's a case where this is like there is no stories, right? If there are no stories and you're at the end of the list, I'm pretty sure they'll just tell us to. So hang on, let's see. Yeah, so here we go. Yep. Oh, dude, I'm so good at this. Last published, yep, last published and last ID. So then now here, what we need to do after we've done our grok query to get this. We don't even set this here. We need to set this underneath, right? So this is going to be here. We need to say if new stories.length. So yeah, if new stories.length. Yep, and then last published at, and then last ID, or last published at. Yeah, and then so can I do let here, or should I do constants for those? That's a good question. Not entirely sure. Oh, wait. It's set, right? It's set last published. So it's going to be set last published at, and then that's going to be, I think that's just going to be that. Yeah, there we go. And then set last, yeah, so then it's set last ID equal to dot underscore ID. Okay, and then otherwise set last ID. Otherwise set last ID is null. And then what we can do up top, right up top. Wait, why is that? I just set it to end, right? So then now what we can do is say if last ID is equal to end, then just return empty array, right? Return nothing. Because now we're saying that we must be at the end of the list. So this should do it, right? So now we know that we're able to pass in that last ID to our query. So the next thing to do is to update our story query, right? So let's actually update our story query. And we need to fix this method because I don't know if we can fetch without making this method asynchronous. I think we're going to get some errors there. So let's first go. Let's go with that. Let's, instead of using story bank queries, we'll use the stories query. And we'll say now that this goes away. And what we'll add to the, you just out a bit. Here. This guy becomes and browser, and I think it and published at is greater than last published at. Or looks like we just have to say and at, and then now they're done. They're done with the actually back one. Now they're saying we're done with that now. Now you can add your orders. Order published at. And then one more thing here. Add published that, and then our like how many records we show, right? So it's gonna be 0.10. Show 10 items. So that should do it, but now we're on the hook for passing in published at and last ID. So if we come back over to our story wall, we can do that here. So first let's change this to the right story query. Go to page TSX, story here. Right, so that's stories query. And we'll say here, this is stories query. Now if we use our It's gonna be last published at last. Right, those are the variables we're on the hook for, and those are going to be defined for us as we, those will be constantly defined for us, and those are the variables that we use. Last published at and last ID. So now let's see if this is working. The way we know this is working is if we can say that new stories is what gets passed here. Right, so if stories now is always getting updated by one more story, then that works. But we do have an error here that we need. So let's go back to the browser and see what's breaking there. Last published at reference but not provided, okay? And that would be in the page.tsx, I bet. We're doing that here, but what we need to say here is last published at is empty. Here we'll say last published at is just that, and then last ID is just that. Right. So now we're technically passing it. Right. So we can see it's loading now. Technically passing it. I don't know if it's going to load, but that means that our query is not actually in a result. Okay, so that is interesting. I would not have expected that to happen. Async just as stories need to get fetched. So the initial stories aren't coming up though. All right, let's see what's not working there. We're not getting any initial stories back now. So let's just make sure this is working. So if I do a console.log of this, and since this is server now, it'll actually let us look in the browser, see what gets well, no, it's something off with our query. So published at, or if published at, wait, I guess the question is, it's a really weird to understand better. So they're setting their initial published at variable to this empty string, right? They're saying that as a compound statement to original query, saying also check whether the published at greater than the last at. This one that's saying that there's like what's up. greater than whatever we see here, or publish that equal to that, and ID greater than last published that, and then that date. But what I'll do is I'll get rid of the complexity of it by just I'll just do this for now and see if do we at least get some back. Okay, so we are getting some storage. Okay, so we are getting some. Now, if I scroll down more, it should be loading in more stories. Let's get rid of this throttle. Have it on slow 3G, but let's do full throttling. Back to the head of the page, and now let's scroll down. If we're so it's working. Don't look like duplicates anymore, which is good. Yeah, we're at the end of the list. Yeah, last published. Yeah, okay. I got you. Oh, that is going to be in Storywall now. So Storywall now has this last published. That's what I'm not understanding. Why that's not. It almost makes me think that the published at is not the actual value. But let's look in the Sanity Studio and see if published at is the actual name of that variable. It might be the case that's not the name of it. We'll just go into stories, any one of these. We'll say expect. Oh, it's created at. Or let's do updated at. Right, so we'll do underscore update at. So here, we'll actually put all of that back. Instead of published at, we'll say, updated at. Updated at, and then we'll change this as updated at. Right, and then now in our story wall we'll do the same. Right, we'll say this is actually last updated at. Set last updated at. Let's update last ID. Yep. This is going to be score updated at this here. Yeah, that should do. That should actually do it. That should do the whole thing. Have an error somewhere. Probably just see what it. Yeah, reference but not provided. So now if we go back over to our page that's next, say last update here. If we come back over to the browser, there we go. Have our first 10 stories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You keep going down. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. Oh, more. And it does look like something is undefined. Please quote string values. So where is that ID? I think what we're doing is we're not redefining it. I think that's going to be. Well, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna set last updated at to empty string here, and maybe that'll do. Maybe that'll make it so that it's there. It would have to be here. This have to be, because we're doing the client fetch immediately. So it's here that it's. I do a log here. So as long as we have at least some items, then yeah, I'm using updated at in that story. So here, let's do it. Let's do this too. Let's do a new stories here, and just see what we have. So, and where else do I have a? Oh, the first pages work. So now if I do a space, now if I do that, all right, so the page loads. Let's head over to the browser. Oh, this is the one failing. Let's see what we. Counter 2 children with the same key. Okay, so perhaps add key. Here we key. Unless the same stories are being. Yeah, so what's happening is eventually the same story is being. So if I do a, let's just do a search for one. Actually, do add me Geo. ADMIRATIO PRISTISTHMA dot. Okay, so it looks like a lot of the same, or at least it's being returned. We have two of the same. And why is that? Why? Back. So it's not a problem with the. Basically, this works just fine, right? This, going back here, this works just fine, just saying set lives the ID to end, and then the next time it thinks it needs to run this, the next time it thinks it needs to run this, last ID will be end, and it'll just return because it tries to get new. However, the stories .length -1 is failing us somewhere. So what we actually need to do is look at stories. I was thinking we would need to keep set story. I was thinking new stories would have to stay. So let's console log new stories real quick, and let's actually go to the, yeah, because I think the React is gonna fail first. Sorry, the React is, the React is gonna fail last, which means our console.log of what new stories is returning, we should get that first. So if I go to network, sources. No, console. I'll just get rid of all that. And now I'll start scrolling down. I should see, all right, we just saw one entry. I'll get rid of this. Yeah, look at that. Should be unique. Yeah, so it's attempting to rewrite the exact same items again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of writing anything to the page now, because all of those IDs are used already, is what it's saying. And I know I have a bunch of stories, so they should all be really unique IDs. But if it's just, if our stories array is not unique, when it comes back, then that's going to be a problem, right? So if in here, if I go here and do console.log stories, and it's the same every time, then I'm just going to keep trying to prepend the same stories over and over again. So what I'm going to do here is I will remove this console log. That's not what I'm interested in. And let's pull this all the way up. This is our first batch of stories, I believe. So actually, we're going to just spit out the titles. So we'll do console.log story.map. Oh, no, we'll do stories.map. Right? Stories.map story console.log title. Okay, and that's actually that now. So if we pull this, there's our first section of stories, right? So actually, if we browser, it'd be easy. There's our second batch of stories. So now we have a second batch of stories that looks different. Up front. Holding two, same, encounter two keys. Not unique key may cause here's a duplicate. Okay, so let's see. Let's find this real quick in the video. Over vision, we can say give me something. Score ID. This. Out of the none of there's. But one thing they're doing is they aren't combining the results. I don't need to. Thought I might need that, but assuming, right? So maybe I can say when I do set stories, maybe set stories is always just equal to stories. See what happens there. So come back to our app. There's loading more, but now it's doing the last updated at undefined issue. So let's refresh this actually. All right. Loading more just sits there. Where would that? So let me. Answering my query somewhere, but I don't know where I would be doing it. That doesn't make sense. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna dump out. We'll do a map. Yeah, let's item item dot log item dot title. All right, and we'll say if is dot length greater than. And then I scroll down. This was their pagination not working. Okay, so very first page is exactly the same as before. That's the first one. Difference in the approach becomes clear when we want the second page. Find the second page. We first need to know what the last document we looked at was. Find from the last document ID in the array. We have that information. We can plug it back into our next query. So in the first query, the key part here is ID is greater than last ID, but adding such a filter, we are skipping past all the results that were present in the actual results. Getting the third page is exactly the same. After getting the second page, last ID, then continue there. Tie everything together, our code will end up looking something like this. We are saying, give me everything. So last ID originally is nothing. And we're saying, give me everything. We're using state to manage right now. That should be correct. We're saying our result is equal. What is equal to? So let's just do it now. So so this title, I have that somewhere. Yes. Now technically we don't have a new stories array to pull from, so that's fine. If I come back to the app and I start scrolling down, now I should get a new stories object. Yeah, it's straight up just an array of objects. It's something that I'm doing in state that's not right. I think it's something that I'm doing in state that's not right. And maybe it's because this is client. Yeah, let's actually flip this to use server. Let's flip this to use server, and now let's fix the error. Your importing component that needs use effect. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client. Okay. Oh, how do we actually do this? So it looks like what they did is they moved their fetchers outside so that they could be standalone server-based components, I think. So inside of here, hang on, looking at someone else. Looks like right track at least. Yeah, so this definitely client, but in here, yeah, they're not doing any of the actual content loading in here. They pulled all that to their own method called fetch movies. Fetch movies. Oh, guys, sorry. Trying to see. I'm guessing. All right, here we go. Here's their Git movies. So their Git movies is inside of a so it's the equivalent of our load query command. Okay, so basically what we're gonna need to do for ours is in here, we're doing the dot fetch call is here. We don't need to do that. It needs to be something like that where we're doing load query. But that needs to happen in a server call separately. So we can call it in our code, but we need to run it in a server component. So I am going to change this to load query. Not going to be client. It's just going to be load query sanity document. It's just going to be this, right? Yeah, it's going to be this instead. Now we need to go grab load. Here we put it here. Here. All right, I have to take a bio break. I will be right back, guys. All right. I think I got it. We need to sketch this out a little bit. Need to sketch this out because we are flying really fast right now. So let's think about this. Here's what we need, right? At the page.tsx level, let's just call it page.tsx and storywall.tsx. We need a couple things, right? So for the page.tsx, we can just fetch initial data, and this is going to use server. Okay, and then inside of any client-based component, right? So this is going to be use client. Okay, use client. Inside of any client-based component, we need to actually call to get data from some other server resource, right? So what we're missing is this piece, right? And in order to do that, what we need to do is we need to create like a fetch.ts, right? And what fetch.ts needs to do, it needs to use server, and it needs to have like a bunch of export fetch functions to pass data, right? To pass data back. So in our case, we need to be able to say one of the functions in here is going to be fetch stories, okay? And that can take an ID or a tag. What's up, Sin Devil Love Pie? Yo, that name is lit. That name is pretty dope. Okay, you get the horn for that. You get the horn for the name. I don't know how to say that name. I am very, very impressed by it though. Sin Dev. Oh, nice. I love it. I love pie. Okay, I had that off a little bit. Well, I mean, we all love pie, right? Pie is what's not to love about pie? So we'll do fetch stories there, right? So let's actually start there. Let's do this. Let's take a second to not worry about this function yet, right? So I'm actually gonna leave this file broken. We'll clean this up in a second, okay? Because this is really close to being ready. But what we're gonna do is inside of the Sanity library, we're gonna create a new TS file called fetch. And this is gonna be the one file that we use whenever we need a server-side component to do fetch work. It's called me Pi. I got you. Call you Pi, okay? So let's call this fetch.ts. And in here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna export these as little variables. So export const, we'll call this fetch stories, and that's gonna be equal to, this needs to return the results from one of these queries, right? So it basically needs to do this, okay? Or if we go back to the page.tsx, this is more like it, right? It needs to do this. So it needs to be an async export as well. Export, is it async const? And then this is, actually it's gonna be export async function, fetch stories, and we'll just do a regular function here, right? Regular function signature. And then we'll say, yes, we'll say all of that. Because that's exactly what we need. I don't know how they know. I don't know how they always know. Tab 9, guys, okay? If you're not using tab 9, I don't know what you're doing. So here, the variables we're looking to be passed in are last updated at, and we want that to equal a last updated at by default is gonna be, I think you can pass defaults here, right? And then I want last ID to be equal to nothing as well, right? So that's gonna be, oh, and then also I want for fetch stories, I also want tag, just in case tag equals that, right? So just in case this is like a give me all the stories for a specific tag kind of query, right? So we'll pass what we can, and I think Sanity will be smart enough to let you these empty values as they see fit, right? But in theory, So let's go grab the rest of these, right? So we need the load query and we need the storage query. So now we need these imported, okay? And then we need the sanity document. That imported. And now, in theory, I should be able to call this here. I should be able to set this as use server. Been working on my open source ECMAScript library for doing fancy subtitles over web video. Nice. Yo, you got to show some of that off on the stream. I got to see some of that. All right, so we'll use server here, and then we'll import the things that we need. And now I technically have a function that is a server component that can accept some parameters and give me back a tag here as well. Tag is tag. Actually, it's just tag last updated at now, last ID. We don't even need those defaults there anymore because we have them available to us. So tag is being complained about here because the stories query doesn't accept a tag parameter. It's never looking for one in a query. So we can actually go update that now to say basically the same thing we're doing for story bank, right? For story bank, we said give me everything where the type is story and the slug is defined and ID in the past and the ID is in the array. Okay, so we're actually what we're gonna do is we're gonna use story bank query because it's the same thing, but it's actually a little better now. Now for what we want, we don't have a tag. We will add this to the other one, but yeah, actually what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna get rid of that for now. We can extend this to the section front when we get there, but for now, let's at least get the home page working. I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Okay, all we're gonna say we're passing is the last updated at and the last ID. Okay, and we pass that into the query itself, and our expectation is we're getting results back. So now, if we come back to our story wall, we can say new stories, sanity document array, is equal to that fetch query. Go back to fetch stories here, right? So now we can import that from the library. So we'll say, basically we're gonna steal this here. We'll say there's also a fetch stories, and then instead of that, it's fetch. Okay, and then is that not what I call? Oh, I can't do it for myself. I need to do that from story wall. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of these two. These are no longer gonna be here. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of loader until we actually need it. I need the rest of these for now. I need the rest of these for now. But fetch stories, right? We're gonna now use that to handle this piece, right? So we'll say it's equal to fetch stories, and I'm gonna pass in the last updated at and the last updated ID. So last updated at and the last ID. All right, so let me go back here. Did I say last ID? Yeah, okay. So now new stories is like, so maybe this doesn't need to send document explicitly. Yeah, it totally does. New any? Yeah, so if that works, then it should be sanity documents. I don't see how that's not. Okay. Oh, because I'm not passing back an array of sanity documents. I'm passing back an array of data. That should work. This should work, actually. I don't know why that's not working. Promise. It's a promise. Oh, so do I need a wait here? And then I don't know if I need to call this data. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we can say that that is a sanity document being returned. All of that looks like it works. That's fine. So now I can say that this is back to being a client-side component. Can I link the project? Let's see, what does that say? Sorry. Yeah, there's a GIF on README project's GitHub. Yeah, sure. Link the project all you want. I'll click it and get you some screen time. All right, so we're back to using this as a client-side component, and we should be able to now that we're doing it this way. So let's now load up the app again in the browser, and I'll refresh this just in case. And there are a couple of callouts here. I don't know what this is. Data GR bullshit. I don't know what that is. That doesn't look good to me. But there we go. We're getting these loaded items, and these do look like different items now. However, it looks like they might still be the same. I know that error went away, so that's good. So the error definitely went away. Yep, and we're constantly getting the arrays back over and over and over again. Are they the same? No, they're different now. They're different. So that said, I should be able to see them now. So if I do this again, right? So I'll do ... previous stories. Here, let's go back to the IDE. I'll do ... previous stories, because now I want to combine my old array with the new array. So I'll do previous stories. Oops, previous stories. Actually, let's do ... question mark previous stories. Question mark, question mark dot length. Okay, question mark previous stories, or just an empty array. And what that says is if I'm on the first page, just do the new stories. But if not, then combine these two queries. And what we were saying here, that we can still do this. Everything here should be fine. Still doing the ID. Yeah, everything there should be fine. Okay, so now let's go back to the browser. Let's go to the top of the page and just refresh this. And now as we scroll down, there it is, right? We're seeing those items pop in. And even more. Okay, and even more. And even more. There we go. Now we are infinitely scrolling, baby. We are infinitely scrolling now, okay? And I have 0 through 10 there. The problem is that needs to be 0 through 9, right? It needs to give me the next 10 results, not the next 11. So if we go back to the browser now, go to the very top of the page, now we can see that it's gonna always be even, right? Okay, and now the only thing we're missing is the loading more needs to be more graphic, right? That right there, you can't really tell that something's loading below that. But we now officially have infinite scrolling capabilities, okay? We are definitely infinitely scrolling these. These are not duplicates, or else we would have been getting all kind of React errors, right? Oh wait, some of these are duplicates though. Neck corrupty. Neck corrupty. Oh man, that is a duplicate. So what, hang on, so something still is off. Something still is off. I have a feeling it has something to do with the, my guess, if I had to guess, it has something to do with the set stories function. So let's review this one more time, right? So we come in, we get the initial stories. Then if we look at our query is saying, give me anything where the updated at is greater than last updated at. I think it's null, but then, and what am I passing to the story? Yeah. Stories is saying, I'm gonna get you the new stories based on, here, let's find out what our last updated at, last ID. because then we can at least see what's not working here. I'm gonna go back to the browser, and in the dev tool, we're gonna, yeah, see items with the same key errors, right? Now we should at least find, like after all these, we should at least find some items here. So the last updated at is undefined. Set last updated at, yep, it's undefined though. So we could just do, yeah, go ahead and link it. Go ahead and link it. I don't mind. Yep. You must have stepped away when I said it before, but yeah, you are totally fine to link it. So last updated at, guys, I think that's not gonna work. I think we're gonna have to use created at, but here, let's find out if that's true. So if we go find this in the Sanity vision board and it has an updated timestamp, then something else is off. Authors, there's thumbnails, there's feature tags. Yeah, it has underscore updated at. Why is that not being defined? And then last ID is being defined. What's the title for this? Is the, yeah, this is corrupted. This is that last one. NextJS. I love pie. This is Substation Alpha subtitles written. Accelerated JS Advanced Substation. Wow. Nice. What is Saber.js? Saber.js is a full renderer for Substation Alpha subtitles and Advanced Substation Alpha subtitles. It allows you to draw stylized subtitles over web video with multiple fonts, colors, animation, and effects. Nice. Other similar software would be libass or libas, XYVS filter, JS subtitles, Octopus. To the gallery, click here if you use a different browser. And that does look sick. Oh, so it's like captions over anime and stuff like that. Oh, that looks so good. See that? Look at that. That looks really good. Oh, that looks so good. Damn, that's sick. This looks really good. Really good documentation, doc blocks, love it. Saber. Yeah, some real time's been put into this. It can do it over other stuff, not just anime. Yeah, any video, I'm guessing, and imagery, right? I'm guessing any video and imagery, it can overlay that, and you can put kind of, I guess it's up to you. Stuff you can put over these. Like there's some, this is cool, man. Great work. Stuff here. All right, let's get back to it, guys. We are crumbling at not being able to define our last updated at. Set last update that we definitely had in place, but for some reason it gets here. Last updated at is and by the time it gets here, but for some reason last ID is updated. That be. So here, I guess what we have to do. Oh, I don't know if we're pulling updated at. That's the problem. We're not. That's not a part of what we get. Oh man, that's such an easy fix. I love it. That is a really easy fix. All we have to do, guys, is this. Done. It's gonna be working now. We're done. Yeah, let me show you guys what I did. So basically, in the story wall, one of the things we're asking it for is underscore updated at. But remember, these are coming from what we put in our projections in our Grok query. Like we defined what keys are made available through our Grok query. So here's our grok query, right? So here's the actual query, right? The go find content that meets this criteria. But then here's our projection. This is saying here's the object I want back, because it's just GraphQL, right? Grok is a wrapper for GraphQL. So we have to tell it that I want the updated at column back as well, right? So now if we head back over to the browser, let's just go ahead and refresh this page. So I am going to just confirm whether or not that worked. So it does look like we're still getting. But I know that has something to do. Go find our Hey, where's loading in it? Logging in. I know passing. Doing it. Story there. Top. Now this is the entry. And it's still get my. Oh, it's not. Guys, what could be happening here? So let's do this. Let's just do a dump stories dot title console log actually. Okay. Stories. And actually no, not just new story, right? We're gonna do a yeah. Let's see what's in new story first. So let's just save that and just see what's in the new stories. Okay. Hey, I clicked the wrong. Sorry about that. Well, here's new stories. We scroll down to the. Those look like new items. We're seeing a bunch of errors in here, so let's actually get rid of those. So corrupty. Do we see corrupty again? No, no more corrupty at least. That's good. But now we see those errors again. And those are definitely different pieces of content. So that worked. That worked. But we do still have this issue where there's the same keys being returned. So it does look like we're getting new content though when we get to the bottom this time. So that's really good. But we need to see why these new keys are popping up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do math.random here. Math.random? I don't know. Because it's possible that there's something off with the keys that are being drawn here. By the way, OBS Studio is way better. Put up the starting screen. Yeah, sorry. By the way, OBS Studio is way better and free. Yeah, I'm using OBS. I'm just new to streaming, so I suck at some of the controls here. So we need to figure out why some of those IDs are being declared as repeats, right? Like the encounter 2 children with the same key of 8, whatever. If we go check for this in the vision board, and then let's project this to be, just give me the title. This is, it's again, corrupty. That dude is, corrupty. It's only there once, right, as a title. Oh, no, it's there twice. But that might be just from the initial rendering. So hey, if I go back to the top and refresh this page the long way, are we still gonna get that error? Here's the first loader error. And then there's corrupty. It's still doing. I load these again, do I get more corrupted? Oh, I still only get 2 items with the title of corrupted. So does that mean I'm getting the same page twice? Let me see. Except Turi. Add Voco. Yeah, so I'm getting page 1 and 2 twice, is what it looks like. I'm getting page 1 and 2 twice. Let's think about that. Why would that be happening? Well, for starters, when I first get my initial stories, when I first get my list of initial stories, I'm getting 0 through 1 with no last updated or last ID value. But then what's gonna happen is I'm gonna eventually scroll to that. Oh, I see. I know what I have to do. This is actually not bad. This is not a bad problem to solve. This is not hard to solve. I know what I have to do. So right here, I am saying that, I'm saying that I have initial data, but I don't have a last updated at or last ID. The reality is, now that I'm getting data on landing of this page, I actually do have a last updated at and last ID value that I can go retrieve, right? So what I can do is say, as long as the results, so if story data.data.length is greater than 0, then technically I have enough that I need where I could say const last updated at is equal to, so it's going to be story data.data, not dot 0, right? So story data.data, close though, story data dot, and then it's going to be story data.data.length minus, hang on, well, I wrote it here. Let me just fill it from, I just, yeah. So story data minus 1. Yeah, okay. So it's not. Okay, so whatever that last index is, dot underscore updated at, is my current last updated at. And then I have a last ID as well, right? So this is going to be underscore ID. So now I actually need to pass that here because they are part of this package now. It's like a little care package. Right, so what I could say is, actually could. No, I'll do it here. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna change this though. Like I can already tell I'm gonna change this. Last update that is equal to last last ID is equal to last ID. One of the cool things is you can actually draw shapes over, say, a road sign to blank it out, then put text over that and animate it all to move in 3D with the road sign as the camera drives. Wow, dude. Show me an example of that. That's so cool. So you can use the subtitle renderer to translate signage. That's so cool. Show that. Give us an example of that. All right, so we're coming to the end of this now, guys. This is obviously what we have to do. We know we're there now. We know what needs to be done. Last updated at and last ID, and then here last updated at is a string. Last ID is a string, and then we're gonna actually change these to say initial last updated at and initial last ID because these won't be the same for long, right? Okay, and then those are what we're gonna pass when the other ones don't exist, right? So when we make that first fetch, our initial state is gonna be initial last updated at and initial last ID. Okay, so now when we make the subsequent request, it's gonna work. But these original ones, they're so wait, what is last updated at is not defined. Okay, that's in the page.tsx. looks like it's not liking that for some weird reason. Why? Oh, I have to obviously change the right there it is. So now I'm almost certain this is gonna work now. I don't have a good example of that. That's not in a copyrighted video, so I can't really show you. Oh, I get it. So this is someone that's serious about the craft. They actually have copyrighted stuff that they do for clients, and they can't just share it on a random stream. We get it. There it is, guys. That is officially working as we'd want it to. So we are now passing the exact thing that we're looking for. Here's what we're gonna do though. We don't need to pass, we don't need to do this initial, the initial updated or initial ID because we already are passing the initial stories. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull these out of the top level component here, and instead we're gonna move these into the other component, right? The component that we just created. Okay, so let's actually get rid of this log as well. I don't know what that was there for. But now that we have this story wall, we don't need these, right? Because what we can do is say that before we even define these state pieces here, what we can say is, first thing we do is we use the initial stories, right? Initial stories to get the updated at, the initial updated at, and the initial last updated at, right? So we can say initial last updated at, and we don't even need to do that, right? We can just do this, right? And then we can just do this. We don't need that data either, right? So now we can say there are no variables for those because they're not necessary, right? We can just say that our last updated at variable when it starts, its initial value is the value of the, like, basically that's what this says. Look in the array for that very last story and give me the updated at value. And then look in the array for that very last story and give me the ID value. So now we're getting that information, and then we're saying when we get to the point where we want to load more stories, i.e. the infinite scroll, we want to run this load stories, which is responsible for at first using the initial values for last updated and last ID. But if we find more results from that query, I want you to reset what that value is for last updated and last ID. Okay, and then obviously when you get to the very end of the list, I want you to just return a blank array, right? Just stop infinitely scrolling. There's no more content, right? Now let's head back to the site. All of this is working just fine and dandy. We'll get rid of this console log. See if we're doing any other console logging. I don't think we are. Well, we are actually. That. And we're good to go. We are infinite scrolling, baby. If I refresh the page, have our stories, followed by second 10 stories, by third 10 stories. And the only thing we're missing right now is an actual loading graphic, right? Something that looks cool on this page. So in order to do that, we can actually, now that we understand client versus server, right? We can actually say that we understand how to use that loader that we just had before. Because the same way we have a fetcher, right? That's a use server command because it uses effect. Well, client is the one that needs to use effect, right? Yeah, client's the one that needs to use effect. So if we were gonna use that loader, we would, especially if it's gonna be a combination of the suspense component, we need to figure that out. It is cool to have a loading graphic though. So I think we do need to figure that out, but let's go back to what we were trying to do. So now we've done this, appending, yeah, we've done all three of these now, right? Fire off code based on the stuff being in a viewport, appending HTML to the bottom of the component whenever a specific DOM is in a viewport, and then update the tag based on story query to allow for paginated results. That's exactly what we've done, okay? That's exactly what we've done for homepage. Now we just need to extend that to the section page, and then obviously we need a better loading graphic. And what I like to do for my loading graphics is have a sort of skeleton, okay? Let's see what that looks like. Let's do loading GIF React component. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Can find. I'm in a browser, so let's. Well. Voting.io. Here we go. This is what we want. Wow, this is really easy to use too. Let's see if it's actually this easy. So we're gonna shut down all of our apps. Shut down. So let's clear it. Let's npm install this. And then what they're saying is it's really this simple to use. Yeah, so I'm just gonna see if I can actually do what they just did. Single line or 5-line skeleton. So we need to do this, import this, and they said, yeah, so they say either spit out my stuff or spit out a skeleton. Oh, I see what they did. I see what they did. So basically, in your variables where you have like title, font, text, and all that. Okay, so I don't love that. I honestly don't love that. So here, check this out, guys. So check this out. So basically what they did, this is the React skeleton library, and they want you to put this over your actual variables. So like where you have title, they want you to say, or if title's not ready, use skeleton. And skeleton's gonna be clever enough to load and then not show when title is available. Same for body. I don't love that because that means that I have to have this skeleton code littered all throughout my own code base, which is never great practice, right? Because now we have to have like this spaghetti. No, I'm not using it. I'm not using it. I'm actually gonna uninstall that right now. I jumped the gun. Sorry, guys. Even though that's a really easy implementation, it's simple most likely because of how messy it will make your code. It looks like this does the same thing, using it directly in your. Yeah, damn. It looks like they're not the only it though. Everyone's saying like, all right, give me some conditional clauses. Let's just see what skeleton looks like. Let's see what skeleton looks like if we use it. All right, let's just see what skeleton looks like. After seeing the MUI doing the same thing, I'm back to being on the fence now. So we'll go ahead and install the React skeleton. We'll import the, say we'll do the story wall right now. That's what, and then let's only do the right now. So we'll say, wait, what if I have a box? There's a box. Oh, that's. I just. React placeholders one. So React skeleton is big, by the way. Here's React placeholder. This.state.ready. But no one does that anymore. Outdated. Not what React skeleton is. Yeah, it's the same one. So maybe this is the move. They do have box. There are two ways to wrap a skeleton in a method. One is to use the wrapper prop. So constant wrap one is wrapper, and they have their own box. So if we do this, let's just add this to our component, see what it looks like. So let's come. It's literally right here. Let's just add the props with true. Okay, now they're saying you put it around something. Wrapped one. Yes. Okay, so let's look at that. Let's look at that. So basically we're saying oh wait, how are they? So am I gonna go story question mark? Link. Let's just try this for now. Let's try this one. See if it. I'm gonna undo that. I'll keep the skeleton in. Let's go in here and say for title, for example. Title or skeleton. Okay, let's just see what that looks like. That's not gonna fly, right? So we actually need to go back to that so let's do loading if Let's do chassis. Yeah, chassis has a skeleton. All right, yeah, chassis has a skeleton. Let's see what they came up with, because theirs has been really helpful. So here's a skeleton card. What does it look like? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, we're going to use chassis. That has been our savior for quite a few things. So we are going to uninstall the React skeleton. We are going to get it out of our code base. And then we're going to use chassis since they've been really helpful. And I can't remember his name, but the one guy that came on that one day and gave us the chassis and stuff, man, that has been so cool. But here's the skeleton card, right? So what we can do, if I'm not mistaken, what we can do is we can do in the UI, right? No, under components, we can say new file, loading. Actually, let's do a new folder. Let's do a new folder. We'll call this skeleton. We'll call this skeleton. And we'll do a new file. Call this card.ts. X actually. Here we'll paste this. Yep, and then now we have that available. So we have skeleton. Now we can use skeleton card inside of our, not in the story wall, right? We don't need it in the story wall. We need it in the page.tsx, right? The suspense. So what we'll do is we'll import this card.tsx, which is capital C. Okay. And inside of card.tsx, we will actually just do, we'll do this. We'll do this. But inside a page now, you should be able to say import card at slash skeleton slash card. Okay, and then now in here now card. Okay. Save that, go back to the browser, page. Actually, we need to start the app, right? Save. Browser. That's loading. Now here, nope, not getting it yet. What was I had to do? Expense is involved. Basically, as long as loading, anything in between, show the loading graphic that you have. Are we not? All right, let's do this. Let's go to the browser and let's throttle this. Pop. Well, I would imagine that everything loads. Yeah, I would have expected it here. Let's see how to. Had this it was like whenever you were okay, so the story data is already there, but it wouldn't work here. It would work. It would work if the story card was above this though. So only way it could work in this scenario is if the initial request for content, right, happened inside of the well, there is nothing stopping us right now from saying inside a story wall there's a request for the initial variables to define these states. Just like we do here, right? Where we're doing the fetch. Like, what if this was here? And what if what we did... What if what we did was instead of passing anything here, we just defined that, like we called this fetch stories, and we... But no, we would still define these first, right? The class constants first. So how can, so all right, let's think about this. Our goal right now would be to remove the server-side calls from here. Right, so we would move this fetch. We would do all the fetching from here, but actually from inside of fetch stories. How would we do? So right now, the reason this is working is because we're passing these two stories in here, but we can also get the initial stories from here. Right, we can say that there's a constant called initial stories that uses this guy. But then every time this thing we're gonna run that method. I mean, that could just be something called get initials. What if that was that? What if it was like const initial stories equals wait fetch it could that would get us what we problem is we're passing this. I have to get now the question is when it comes back a second time. Comes back the second time, does it two stories even matter? Right, because it's almost like saying I have a variable called hello world. This only matters for the first time around. Let's test it. We did that, and then this becomes a export default async. Gotta think about this. This might not be the right way to go. Because our goal right now, right? Like the goal would be to say, I am able to use suspense here because I am not doing any loading like in this specific context. However, but what if we did though, right? What if we did do the loading in the other context? So hang on, what if we did this? Go back. Rabbit hole. What if instead of doing that, right? What if we did this? Hey, what if we did this? What if we said that it was here, the suspense set, right? So instead of the suspense sitting here, set here. Say here, have any suspense that we need. Okay. All right, and then now if we go grab card, okay, and then if all right, and now that's working. Let's see if the actual loading grid. Oh. Slow 3G. All right, we're back to slow 3G, guys. All right, so once again, we have the problem of this guy being responsible for loading the initial content. But however, oh yeah, it's not gonna get to the turn until all of this is done now. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Suspense needs to happen prior to the actual data being fetched. So what you would do is you would have a component that's simply calling this story wall, not doing any fetching, but just calling the story wall. And then inside of the story wall, yeah, that's what you would do, yeah. Yeah, let's see one thing. Let's see what the actual card component looks like. Because if it's fine, then we could just use that without suspense, right? That looks. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad. If we can get two of those side by side on the home page, look at that. It's still loading the rest of the content. Taking forever. Yeah, it's taking forever to load this, the rest of this data network. You can see it's still fetching. Guessing eventually it'll pop in. Hello? All right, we need. So let's organize this a bit more, right? So we have the React stuff, React Native, React Native, have NextJS, Sanity. That we can have UI button. Here's some sanity. Okay, that looks good, but let's store here. All right, so that's a little clean. We already know we need to all of this create client URL for stuff. That should all just be its own helper where we're exporting URL for, and it includes the things that it needs. Yeah, we'll look at that when it's. Go back to the browser and let's scroll. Loading animation. Yeah, we can kind of see that it's taking so long because the images are still pending. I mean, they're getting there, getting some. All right, so now that we know that's where unthrown. Yeah, I see it. So if we did 2 of those side by side and made them bigger, that would be fine. Yep, and then we have height and width, right? So if we look at our story wall images, that'll let us know, right? We need 635 by 365 for the images. So this is the whole box, right? Oh no, this is just the image. So yeah, so I should be able to do whatever the image is here, 635, 365, 635, 365, and then now these are just skeletons, right? So let's see what that looks like. I'll just do 2 cards, yeah. Oh, I see. Alright. Yeah, and that looks like one of the cards too. So if I come to the story wall and I put a second card underneath. And then if I give this the same treatment that the container has, which is this, right? This can go on. Yeah, there's a grid on here. Give last name. Other side. So that means that this doesn't need to be. What we'll do is we'll do. I know we'll if here. Say. Yep. Now. Can go back to and shouldn't need. Yes. Yes, that looks so good. Something's broken, but that looks really good. All right, and we just need the ref, right? So what if I just did like an empty div tag around these? First, make sure that doesn't distort the styles. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. So if div doesn't span, that's okay. That's okay. We'll just put the ref on one of these. like the second one with the ref. It doesn't matter which one, right? So like ref equals ref can go anyone. Scroll down now. One of these will have the ref. That's. Oh, that looks so good, dude. That looks so good. That looks so good. And then we can actually say, yeah, we don't even need to do that. Like, I think honestly this is fine. Let's do like 4 lines of text, but yeah, this is so good. I love my work. This looks so good. Oh my God, I was telling my friends tonight too. A lot of them had like prior engagements. I was like, listen, I'm gonna need a lot of help with this infinite scroll wall, but look at this. We are infinitely scrolling, baby. We are infinitely scrolling with the loading graphic at the bottom, dude. Like that looks so good. Okay, let's think about code optimization now because we now know exactly what. So, and we have our, like we didn't even need suspense, right, for this. I don't think we needed any suspense at all. We literally are just doing everything the regular React component way. So the one thing we need to think about is like, should we move any of this stuff out? Like I think story wall is fine as is. I don't think it needs anything moved out. I do not love that our section tag is on the outer bounds here. The only thing that's being redrawn here is that, so I think we can go back to doing this, right? And then if we come to the IDE, I basically just took out the section tag from here because I think we can go back from doing that to just putting the section tag back here, right? Where we have these tags. So if I do this / section, and then I take this story map code, of course, and our loader, I'm pretty sure I can do this. Get rid of that. And now I think this is gonna work just the same, right? Because it's not that we are redrawing this whole thing. All we're saying is that every time you all we're saying here is that every time you all we're saying here is that every time you change the stories variable, because stories is now there's a hook on the state of story. Every time you change that variable, re-render my DOM. And what we're saying is that we're using the stories array to draw the HTML, right? So every time we redraw this, at the very bottom, there will always be these 2 cards, but we'll have more items in the stories array until we get to have every single item from the database. So now if we come back to the browser, to the top, and then just hard refresh this page, if we scroll down, see our nice, beautiful loading GIF on there. Fast. Let's actually throttle this a little bit so we can see it. I'm not gonna do 3G again. I think that was really slow. I'll do fast 3G to see if that makes a difference. There you go. You can see those loading graphics, right? Then eventually those get populated by real stories. Dude, I'm gonna get out of the business of writing tutorials because it's like way too hard to write how-tos for some of this stuff. Like I don't know how people do so many of those how-to videos. It's really hard to like now everything I just went over, like trying to summarize this in a here's how you do it script, dude, that would be a nightmare. So it looks like this internet that I have right now is really fast. But it's a little deceitful as to how fast these will take to load because I was just on like fast 3G. But of course, like it's really uncommon for someone to have fast 3G right now. Like it's really uncommon for someone to have 3G in general right now. Like I think most people right now are running like 5G networks, even on like free mobile, right? Like free networks. So hopefully that suffices. So the next thing we have to do is we have to connect infinite scroll up to our section pages, and that should be really easy. But before we do that, what I wanted to do is I wanted to go into code again and just take a look at where we are. We know we're good with story wall. We're not going to change story wall. But I did want to see, like, is there anything else we want to change about these things? Like one of the things that we were looking at is that story data right now is looking for a sorry, not story data, but the stories query looking for a last updated at and a last ID, and it's not accepting anything that tells it only give me 5 items, right? So one thing that we could do is we know that story, yeah, dude, one thing that we can do, we know right now, we can say that the original query gives you 5 items, right? So what if what we did, it gives you 10 items. We can make it give you, so it gives you 10 items total every time. We can actually make it give you 20 items. So this will be 19, right? So it gives you 20 items code. And we can just do the same thing we were doing here, right? So like we don't need the suspense anymore. Get rid of that. But basically like for feature stories, right? What we could say happens is the initial stories still get passed in, and we'll still need to do all of this craziness. Yeah, we'll still need to do all of this. Really don't. We really don't though. Like we really don't. There's no infinite scroll with featured carousel. So we could just say that what you get back here is like you get back stories that are stories where stories is an array of sanity documents. Like there's nothing stopping us from doing that. And then here we can just say story is equal to feature story. And then here we can say only give me 0 through 5, and then story.data here we can go there again and say give me everything from 5 and beyond. That's going to be items. So the first one is give me the first 5, and then this one can be like give me the next not just 5, right? I need 6 because I need this to be, I need everything from 5 and beyond. Yeah, that's right, from 5 and beyond. And that's gonna, there's gonna be one item missing if you, right? Because if there's 5 items in the, yeah, so we just need to bump this to an even number. We'll say we'll have 6, 8, we'll have actually 8 items here, and this will be give me everything from 8 and beyond, right? So that'll be 12 items and 8 items. Okay, and then as you request more, you'll keep getting 20 items. So let's actually see if that works. I don't think we need to do anything to make that work, by the way. So let's go, actually, right, start application. Oh, that says that there's, yeah, so we can just, so something in this thing. And not reassigned to a variable inside of the carousel text. All right. So stories. Oh, we're doing stories. Get that here. Actually, let me back here. But yeah. Browser. Yep, there we go. Now we have our carousel. This should now have 1, 2, 7, 8. Now it should start back from 1. Step 1. Okay. And then now this should be a perfect square. Fill the loading gifts right at the bottom. Yep. All right. Perfect. This works exactly as we want. And now we can apply this same logic to the story bank, right? Which is our component that controls the. This is basically the same thing, but it controls the section front. So this is what's going to drive our. This is also what's going to drive our. And this is going to drive our section to back pages. So if we go into the section.tsx, this shows us what we need to run here. And now that we know we're doing infinite scrolling on this page, we don't even need a separate query here. We can use the same stories query, pass in the things we need, same way we're doing on the page.tsx here. Right? Pass in some default, last updated ad, last ID. Make sure story bank accounts for all of that the same way story wall does. So now that begs the question, what are we wasting? This is an async function called load story. But because load stories affects this, setters in here, we probably, I don't know how to extrapolate load stories. I mean, unless load stories actually returns an object of new stories, not new stories, but yeah, it would return an object. But I think it would be more clean. I don't. All right, let's think about this real quick. So what do we need for? So let's do this one by one. Let's do it one by one. Okay, so going to this page.tsx, first thing we did, go here. We can get rid of it now, thank you. If we come here, so this is the main landing page. But what we did was we said that we're gonna go get the first 20 items from story data. That's what that's always gonna supply. That's gonna be our initial. Okay, yeah, so we can do that, right? So let's just do same thing here. The only difference is that we want to be able to pass the tag now. So if we come to queries, really what we could do is say that the tag can be null sometimes, right? It can just be an empty string. But what I want to test then is that true? Right? I want to test, is that true? So if I had like tag equals empty string here, right? And then in query, I had whatever the same thing was for this guy. So basically a tags graph, right? So here, I did that. I did a $sign tag. Right, that's what it would be, $sign tag. Right, so then now all I would have to do wait, what was I paying? That should totally work. Ah. We might have to pick this up. Something is not working. Probably something. Oh, this isn't have the tag reference. So if I go back to the story wall, the problem now, let's go fetch it. Yeah, the problem now is that I'm not doing tags, right? If I do tag that. Now for this tag. Right, and then back to Man, I am so burned out. This is crazy. I can't believe I figured this out at the last minute though. That's so lit. Oh my god, that's so lit. Alright, so we got infinite scroll working. But honestly, I am so burned out that I cannot. The next step is to apply this to the section fronts like Vova, for example. Vova. Like this Vova section front, and I just can't see myself going through what I just went through. I know it's not the same exercise. I know that, like, for example, this home page that I just clicked on, like, this is light, right? Like, I can just apply what I just did here to the other page. But it's like figuring out how to do that in the most optimal way while I'm so burned out and tired is like that's not gonna happen. So I think what we do tomorrow is we fire this back up, but we really need to go through what we've done and see if there's any opportunity, and see if there's any opportunity to optimize this at all. That's the first thing. Then the second thing is, like, if we are at our most optimal, then the next step is to take what we've done and apply it to the section front. That's the next step. So we'll do that. But yeah, I am really happy with where we are right now. I'm really happy with how far we got. And I am ready to commit the code to base. So I'm going to get rid of this guy. Get rid of skeleton.tsx as well. That's fetch.tsx came in the clutch. Okay, finally understanding how React looks at some of those different processes that it goes through. Super important for us. All right, so we're gonna why did I change this method? Oh, I just I flattened it so that it's all on one line. Okay, so we're gonna commit all of this code. So we're gonna do a git commit -m, and then we're gonna do a trnjnk junkie-43 ticket, and we're gonna say adds infinite scroll functionality to the home page, to the, let's say, to the code base, and applies to home page. No, not applies, and implements on homepage. And we will not, we'll push this, but we won't actually merge this into main yet. We won't merge this into main because we still have yet to complete our section front, right? Which means our ticket. So what I was just doing, I was in the code base. I don't know how I keep forgetting. But I just did our git push, right? So all of the code that we wrote today is now gonna be in a branch. If we go back over to Git bucket, no, okay. If we go back over to our GitHub and look at the infinite scrolling ticket that we're working on, we'll see that the pages that it needs to apply to are both home page and a section page. So the biggest thing to tackle would be, can you do infinite scroll on your pages, right? Which we now know we can, thanks to what we've done with the home page, right? That's proof in the pudding. We understand now how to take a few components, some being server side, some being client side, and through the magic of scrolling and React components, we can render them infinitely by constantly querying our server for content. So now we need to take that same logic and apply it to the section page. But we are not going to do it tonight. I am actually going to sign off on that note. I am very, 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 very tired. Okay, I am extremely tired. Okay, I hope y'all had a good time. I had a good time. I'm surprised that it took us this long to figure it out, but I am so glad we stuck it out until we got it working perfectly. I'll be on tomorrow, okay? I'm just gonna say that right now. I got stuff to do tomorrow, but tomorrow night I am definitely gonna be involved with figuring some of this stuff out. So if y'all want to see it, make sure y'all join. If y'all like what y'all saw tonight, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It's always a great time streaming, and oh man, what a week. What a week of hard work and dedication to this stuff, all right? But with that being said, I am going to call it a night, probably watch me a movie or something because I am exhausted. Peace out, my junkie friends, okay? Bye, everyone. Y'all have a good night.